2022. With that, I'll pass it over to Judy to get things started.
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We'll start with the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that we are on the lands of Anishinaabe Nation. This spot where we gather is the traditional lands of the Three Fires Confederacy, the Ottawa, Potawatomi, and Ojibwe. We also recognize that this land is now home to the Delaware Nation. This land was settled through the McKee Purchase Treaty of 1790, and we, as beneficiaries of the treaty, must recognize our responsibilities, including our collective responsibilities to the land and water. Mr. Mayor, we do not have a supplementary agenda this evening, and I have been made aware of one pecuniary interest for open session, and that is with regards to 10A, the planning application by Brad Lee Meadows at 671 Grand Ave West. Councillor Solomon has declared a conflict. So we can move now into planning services, and we'll have Ryan present. Ryan, are you sorry?
This is Judy. Is my audio coming?
You're cutting in a little bit.
Oh, okay. I got that.
Ryan, are you there? Did you want me to read the screen?
Hi,
Judy.
Anthony, do you want to proceed with reading the process while Ryan gets his connection ironed out? Perfect,
sure.
Thank you.
So the process to be followed for each application will be as follows. 1, the clerk will announce, oh, I think I lost the screen.
I think he perhaps, there you go.
Okay. So the process to be followed for each application will be as follows. First, the clerk will announce each individual planning item. 2, the clerk will advise if any written submissions have been received regarding a planning item. If so, the clerk will read the written submissions that have been received. 3, for any items where a written submission is received, administration will proceed with the presentation. 4, council will be asked if it has any questions of administration or the applicant, if present. 5, council will be asked what action it wishes to take with regard to the item.
Ryan, are you able to move the screen to the next one?
Recording stopped. Recording in progress. Council will just take a minute just to get the technical difficulties ironed out.
Hi, Judy. It's Ryan. And Mayor Caniff, I apologize here. This is very inconvenient.
No worries, Ryan. Are you able to get it back up, or are you at least able to read it from another screen if we don't have it on the screen?
I can. I may. I'm not going to join my video.
Okay.
I think that's a problem.
Technology is a really good thing when it works.
Mhm.
Again, my apologies, Mayor Caniff. I will read without presenting my screen so we can continue on with the council meeting here tonight.
Okay, we went through 1 through 5 already, so
Okay. Notice, if any person or public body that files an appeal of a decision of council in respect of the proposed applications does not make a submission to the municipal clerk of the municipality before the proposal is approved, they are not entitled to appeal a decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal if otherwise eligible, unless, in the opinion of the tribunal, there are reasonable grounds to add the person or public body as party to the appeal. Information on council's actions tonight will be posted on the municipal website. All persons who have made a request or who have made a submission regarding a particular planning item will receive a notice of council's decision, including appeal procedures. Any other person who wishes to receive a notice of decision must submit a written request to the municipal clerk. Thank you.
Thanks, Ryan. We'll get started into the planning applications. Ryan, if you wanted to forward your presentation to Meredith for any of the ones coming up, then she will be able to present for you if that will be helpful. Okay. We'll start with 10A, application for zoning bylaw amendment. Bradley Meadows Limited, 671 Grand Ave West, Community of
Will be
Chatham
helpful.
City. Okay. We'll start with 10A, application for zoning bylaw amendment. Bradley Meadows Limited, 6. Okay. I will hand this back over to Ryan. We've had a request from the applicant that we postpone this. And so I'll pass it over to Ryan to explain.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. After the giving of public notice, the applicant requested that the application be postponed. The applicant is not on the meeting tonight. Therefore, it is recommended that zoning bylaw amendment application file D14 C7621B be postponed to a future public meeting, and that public notice be given prior to the meeting in accordance with the Planning Act. Thank you.
Councillor Crew and Councillor Kirkwood-White, can I get you to move the deferment?
So moved.
So seconded.
Okay, hearing no questions, we'll put it to vote.
Looks like we're waiting for one counselor. If everybody can just check their submit.
Judy, it's Councillor Hall. It didn't give me the option to vote, but I vote yes.
Perfect, thank you. All votes are in. Motion passes 17 and 1 abstained. Moving on to 10B, application for zoning bylaw amendment. Maple City Homes Limited, 1001 Park Ave West, Community of Chatham City. We have not received any deputations on this matter.
Councillor Finn and Councillor Bondi, can I get you to move this, please?
I'd be happy to make this motion.
And happy to second it, Mayor Caniff. Thank you.
Any questions? Seeing none, we'll put it to vote.
Looks like we have 17 again. Is that you, Councillor Hall?
Yes, I vote yes. Sorry, Judy. I
Thank
might
you.
just log back in. Thank you.
Okay, all votes are in. Motion passes 18-0. Moving on to 10C. Whoops. Application for zoning bylaw amendment, John Gregory, 360 and 364 Grand Ave East, Community of Chatham City. Mr. Mayor, we do have the applicant on the line, and we have received 2 deputations we will read to you now, and also a petition that I forwarded to council just before 6 p.m. with regards to signatures from 6 households. We will call up the deputations now. And the first one is from Ralph and Suzette DeVolder. To whom it may concern, at Planning Services Office and council members, I am writing this letter concerning the application of zoning bylaw amendment file D14 C80 21S from John Gregory for the property located at 360 and 364 Grand Ave East in part of Lot 73 and Lot 74 in the community of Chatham. We have been located at 30 Kingsway Drive next to the Thames Grove Conservation since 1992. We were surprised to learn that the property in question extends to the river close to the boat ramp on the land that we thought was owned by the city of Chatham as part of Thames Grove Conservation. For almost 30 years that we have lived here, we thought this land directly behind our property, ending at our property line on the south, facing the conservation, was the extent of the property owned by Sparks. The land beyond that to the river was first maintained by the Lower Thames Valley Conservation and now the city of Chatham. Both parties have always cut the grass in this area. The public has used this land as though it was part of the conservation for walking along the river, enjoying nature and fishing. We ourselves have gone on countless walks with our daughter along the riverbank in this area. The current developer now has the option to fence in this entire area, closing it off to the public. Would it be possible for the city of Chatham to acquire this land, perhaps the hazard land portion, so that its use can be maintained as it has for many years and remain open to the public? The proposal mentions extending the portion of property zoned hazardous land, HL, to match the extent of the regulated area along the Thames River where no building construction may occur. What specific area will this cover? We hope that as much area will be protected from tree removal, considering there is little tree cover. The developer has indicated that not all trees will be removed and will accept suggestions for fencing. If a fence has to be erected, our hope is that it's an ornamental in nature so that the river and trees can still be seen. Or if the city does not purchase the land, that some will remain open for public use. We realize that the site plan is not being considered at this time. We will be honest, we would prefer that a 6-story apartment building with spaces for 100 cars was not going up behind us, but we do understand the need for housing. It is our hope that careful consideration will be given to location of the apartment building in relation to the backyards, including such items as the location of the garbage dumpsters that will contain food waste. We appreciate your consideration of these questions and concerns. Thank you, Ralph and Suzette DeVolder, 30 Kingsway Drive, Chatham.
And the next deputation on this item is from Jared Clogg. This letter is in reference to the application for a zoning bylaw amendment regarding the property located at 360 and 364 Grand Avenue East in part of lots 73 and 74, Plan 781 of Chatham, Ontario. As a young homeowner who has recently moved back to the Chatham area and purchased his childhood home that my family has resided in since 1986, as well as his grandparents who have resided in the same home from 1968 until 1986. I feel I have a bit of knowledge with regards to the location of all the surrounding area. There are some areas of concern that I have with regards to this amendment that I would like to put forth. Number one, sightlines and privacy. From standing in my backyard, I will have a window overlooking my property, which will offer no privacy into a private backyard. Can the building not be 3 or 4 stories instead of 6? Traffic. I have noticed that over the past 15 years, the traffic has become so heavy that my house now shakes when the vehicles drive from hitting the manhole covers. What will the added traffic from 81 unit building due to the flow of traffic with regards to accidents or damage to the roads? There have been 2 accidents within the last 6 months in front of my home. Will there be added lights posted with added traffic? Will there be added sidewalks for the added foot traffic? If there is lights and sidewalks added, how much will the cost be for the taxpayers? Number 3, value. What will be the impact of such a resident building have on the value of properties surrounding this building? Is this going to be an apartment or a condominium? Number 4, environment. Is there going to be environmental impact studies done with regards to the Thames River from the Lower Thames Conservation Area? Number 5, local. Is the developer local or from out of town? How is this benefiting local business? Number 6, location. Why is the location on Grand Ave? There are multiple vacant properties around Chatham that could easily be developed. Number 7, time. How long would it take to build? Are we looking at 10 plus years to be built like the downtown apartment building? I want this area to be conducive to young families. Building apartments and pushing out single family homes is not ideal. Why not build small individual affordable homes in this area? Building 6-story high-rise is an eyesore to the area, which already has one that is across the road. Could we maybe make it so that it is not? Could we maybe make it so it isn't that tall? I have not seen any drawings with regarding the planned building. Why the need to build a multi-unit dwelling in a densely populated area when there is numerous vacant properties? I understand more land isn't being built, but why not other vacant land locations around Chatham? Regards, Jared Clogg. And I also wanted to note that we did send council a petition that went along with this deputation. Judy emailed it to you just before the council meeting.
Great. Next slide, please, Meredith. Thank you, Mayor Caniff. The municipality has received an application for zoning bylaw amendment for the property at 360 and 364 Grand Avenue East in the community of Chatham. These properties are currently developed with a single detached dwelling and a commercial business. The application seeks to rezone the property from its current urban commercial, highway commercial first zone to the residential high density second or RH2 zone. The proposed zoning amendment would allow the development of a proposed 6-story apartment building at this location. The zoning bylaw amendment would also amend the required parking spaces from 1.5 to 1.2 spaces per unit. And it would also amend a portion of the hazard land zoning along the Thames River to a distance of 32 meters from the riverbank, from its current 20 meters from the riverbank. Next slide, please, Meredith. 2 public submissions were received for this application. The issues generally involved location and traffic. This property is designated residential area by the Chatham-Kent official plan. It's also located on Grand Avenue East, which is an arterial road which is meant to handle the highest volumes of traffic within the city. Planning policies outlined in the Chatham-Kent official plan evaluate this property as a priority for higher density residential development, such as what is proposed. As an aside, I should point out to council that this section of Grand Avenue East is currently undergoing a project partially funded through the Connecting Links program by the province of Ontario to improve the road corridor over this stretch. This will involve the resurfacing and leveling of manholes and catch basins, as well as the introduction of a sidewalk on the south side of Grand Avenue East through this section. Other issues raised in the submissions relate to privacy and property values. All types of development have some effect on privacy and property values. However, it is very difficult to determine the effect of any single development on a broader area, as these issues are complicated and are reliant on many factors. They are not directly used to evaluate a land use planning recommendation at this location. With respect to environmental concerns, there is an image on this slide that indicates the current 20-meter hazard land zoning along the bank of the Thames River. This is consistent through Chatham, and it is a general hazard land zone which prohibits development through the zoning regulations. In further consultation with the Lower Thames Valley Conservation Authority, it was determined that the area regulated by the Conservation Authority, which no development is permitted, is 32 meters at this particular location. Therefore, the hazard land zone will be extended so that development is not permitted within this area. It is important to point out that there is another constraint to development on this property that is even further from the riverbank than the hazard land zone. Delineated by orange lines is the approximate location of an easement in favor of the Chatham-Kent Public Utility Commission. This corridor is the location of an underground water pipe that carries raw water from Lake Erie to the Chatham-Kent Water Filtration Plant across Grand Avenue East. Any development on this site not only has to remain out of the hazard land zone, but also outside of the easement in favor of the Public Utilities Commission. Any alterations to the riverbank within the hazard land zone will be evaluated through the site plan process should this application be approved, and appropriate permits from the Conservation Authority to alter the bank, including the removal of trees, will be considered by the authority at that time. This developer is a consortium of local and not local individuals. They have a track record of developing projects in Chatham, as this group is currently developing a 3-story apartment building on Churchill Park Road in Chatham as part of a new residential subdivision in another area of the city. It is anticipated that if approved, construction of this apartment building could begin later in 2022 with completion as early as 2023. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions, Mayor Caniff.
Councilor McGrail.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I'm just looking at the number of units, 1 bedroom and 2 bedroom, and I'm a little bit weary that they're asking me to reduce car space allowance. I'm just, Ryan, are you comfortable with that? And where are these people going to go when they have visitors and that? And that's my only problem, because this is a tight area. Like, tell me what you think on that and your thoughts.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. The 1.5 spaces per unit ratio kicks in as soon as there's at least 4 units in a residential building. As more units are added, it is appropriate that the ratio can be lowered, as it is unlikely that 1.5 spaces per unit on average is used throughout the entire apartment. 1.2 spaces is, and even fewer than 1.2 spaces is common among the larger apartment buildings within the city, even some of the historical apartment buildings that have been located in the city for some time. And 1.2 spaces per unit is a parking ratio that has been applied to other new projects as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, can I get Councilor B. McGregor and Councilor Crew to move this, please?
Move the recommendations.
I'd second it.
Okay, seeing no other questions, then we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes 17-1. Moving on to 10D, application for zoning bylaw amendment, Tatro Properties Limited, 750 Richmond Street, Community of Chatham City. And we have not received any deputations on this application.
Councillor Solomon and Councillor Kirkwood White, can I get you to move this, please?
Thank you, Worship. I move the recommendation.
So seconded.
All right, any questions? Seeing none, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in and motion passes 18-0. Next is 10E, application for zoning bylaw amendment 2391571 Ontario Inc., 49 George Street, Community of Blenheim, South Kent. We have not received any deputations on this and the applicant is on the line.
Councillor Sakachi and Councillor Thompson, can I get you to move this, please?
Happy to move it, Your Worship. Very happy to second it.
Any questions? Seeing none, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in, motion passes 18-0. Moving on to 10F, applications for consent and zoning bylaw amendment 1936028 Ontario Inc., 23 Richard Street South, Community of Ridgetown, East Kent. The applicant is on the line. We have not received any deputations and Councillor Wright has a question.
Councillor Wright and Councillor Pinsino, can I get you to move this, please?
Yes, I'd like to move it forward.
I'll second it, Your Worship.
All right, Councillor Wright, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I had talked to Anthony Jazz today already on the question that was already answered, so I'm fine with that.
Okay, seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in and motion passes 18-0. The final planning application is 10G, application for consent and zoning bylaw amendment, Laurenton Sandra Meadows, 431 Elm Street West, Community of Bothwell, East Kent. The applicant is on the line and no deputations have been received on this application.
Councillor Pinsino and Councillor Wright, can I get you to move this, please?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm happy to move that.
Happy to second it. Thank you.
Seeing no questions, we'll put it to vote. Councillor Wright, do you have something you say?
Nope, sorry, my hand's the
All
wrong way.
All right.
All votes are in and motion passes 18-0. Mr. Mayor, we'll now move on to the deputations for the regular council agenda. The clerk's office will read them now. We have, 2, 4, 6, 7 to read to you this evening, and we'll start with Kathy Hoffman.
Good evening, Council. The first deputation for you is from Robert Cobby with respect to the capital budget item 17B. Chatham-Kent Council, I have extreme concerns for community safety when I, my family and friends navigate County Road 34, Talbot Street East in Wheatley. Between Harbour Street and Sterling, the sidewalk is non-existent. This area connects over 150 homes to the downtown core of Wheatley and has been neglected for many years. CK Engineering needs to complete and connect a safety zone for walkers and bikers between the paved shoulder on the east edge and the sidewalk ending at the last business on the west end. This lack of sidewalk safety zone is on a hill in a very poor lighted area on roadway where cars and trucks are decelerating from highway speeds. The grass shoulder in this area is sloped towards the road and not conducive to push a stroller with anyone's children in it, resulting in pedestrians and bicycles in the roadway on a hill, blind spot, in traffic. The potential for injury are greater in this area by the complacency of drivers, walkers, or bikers is extremely high. I pray Chatham-Kent Council shares my concern and urgency for community safety in this area in promptly providing a safety zone. Robert Cobby, 21 Lamarche Street in Wheatley.
The next deputation is from Howard Gabert. And I just lost it. Hang on one second, sorry. Chatham-Kent Council. The deputation is on behalf of the Wheatley Recreation Committee, a citizens group representing the people of Wheatley. We promote and advocate for active lifestyles, including the ability to safely move within our community without a vehicle. We are disappointed that for the second year in a row, there is no funding allocated for the new sidewalks or cycling infrastructure in Wheatley. Chatham-Kent, like many other municipalities in North America, suffers from decades of planning decisions which have only considered the automobile as a means of mobility in a community. We build great roads for cars, but stopped building sidewalks and for years never considered safe cycling infrastructure. As a result, there are multiple urban areas across CK where pedestrians and cyclists are forced to share space with cars. This creates extremely unsafe situations, and as a result, we force people to use cars for even short trips. If they are unable to operate a car, they cannot fully participate in society, and in some cases are forced to move. 3 of the areas of the strategic focus for CK Plan 2035 are economic prosperity, healthy and safe community, and environmental sustainability. Sidewalks and cycling infrastructure will help us achieve these goals. Municipalities around the world have similar goals and are investing heavily in these areas. There is a business case for these investments. Studies have shown that walking and cycling improvements increase retail spend in a town center, attract employees and businesses, improve the health of population, increase home values, reduce pollution, including carbon emissions, and reduce the total cost of transportation infrastructure. Additionally, limiting safe movement in a community to automobiles discriminates the most vulnerable in our community: children, the handicapped, the impoverished, and the elderly. These issues have been exacerbate in recent months in Wheatley with the detours of the explosion. Traffic has significantly increased on side streets, and we have heard many complaints of near misses by pedestrians on routes without sidewalks. For Budget 22, we are requesting the following: provide funding for a safe walking, cycling path along the Talbot Road East from Harbor Street to Sterling Street. This section forces pedestrians onto the main east-west arterial road through town with a 50-kilometer-per-hour speed limit. It also is the only route to access the downtown area from approximately 150 homes east of the Two Creeks East Branch. And provide funding for marking cycling lanes and signage on Erie Street and Talbot Road. We would like to thank Councillor Melissa Harrigan for regularly meeting with us and supporting of these initiatives. I ask Council for your support as well. Thank you, Wheatley Recreation Community Executive.
And the next deputation is from Diane Fluke. I am submitting a written deputation to Chatham-Kent Council supporting the completion of the Queso Trail and the new trail in Wheatley. The completion of the Queso Trail through most of Chatham-Kent will support a major link between St. Thomas to Amherstburg. The Wheatley Trail has been a long-term dream for many Wheatley residents for exercise and fitness. Queso's west to east trail will become a major cycling and hiking spike through Chatham-Kent for many villages and towns and will improve their economy with increased tourism and active transportation. Diane Fluke.
The next deputation is with respect to 17C, the Community Building Fund allocation. And this is by Donna Matier. To the Municipality of Chatham-Kent Council, my name is Donna Matier and I am the President of the Wheatley Horticultural Society. The recommendations for a Wheatley Arena Arboretum Trail or Green Space and Learning Center are an essential component to making our vision in Wheatley a reality. On behalf of the Wheatley Horticultural Society, we would like to take this opportunity to share with Council our vision. Over the past 2 years, the Horticultural Society has been working with CK Recreation to develop the vacant property behind the Wheatley Area Recreation Complex. We have had a few meetings with the representatives from the CK Recreation, the Wheatley Recreation Committee, Lower Thames Valley Conservation Authority, Wheatley Area Public School, and concerned citizens of Wheatley. We would like to see the vacant property developed into a green space and learning center or arboretum. The mission of the Wheatley Horticultural Society is to provide leadership and assist in the promotion of education and interest in all areas of horticulture and related environmental issues through an expanding membership dedicated to the beautification of our community. As this property is located within walking distance of the Wheatley Area Public School, we asked the students what they would want to see if this area was approved for development of trails and a learning center. Attached are the proposals presented to the Horticultural Society. Our vision would include themed areas. For example, Pie Lane would include trees and shrubs, which would bear fruit to use when baking a pie. Gardens, running and walking trails, outdoor workout equipment, benches, and information signs throughout the green space to share information about the trees, plants, insects, and animals which the area would support. There is plenty of parking at the arena for visitors and residents to drive out to this green space and learning center to exercise and enjoy the outdoors. In the fall of 2020, the Horticultural Society and members of the local soccer group teamed up with the Lower Thames Valley Conservation Authority and planted trees along the soccer field and in one area of the proposed green space and learning center called For the Birds. 9 serviceberry trees were planted. There are several residents in the Wheatley area who have already pledged money to install benches and workout equipment in the area. Attached is the draft proposal developed by the Wheatley Horticultural Society. Thank you, Donna Mateer, President of the Wheatley Horticultural Society, and Council received a number of attachments along with this deputation.
The next short deputation is with regards to 3 reports on the current agenda. It is from Tracy DeClerc. Number 1, relating to item 16D, the budget variance in regards to Wheatley disaster and ongoing expenses. I would like clarification as to where the $3.8 million allotted for residents and $2 million allotted for businesses is or has been distributed to. Number 2, relating to item 17C, would like more information with regards to the Talbot Trail Coatsworth Stevenson plan. Number 3, relating to 19G, information with regards to the support of the CK support of the Wheatley Future Planning Working Group, and she is in support of this plan. Details of the plan and definitive timelines would be answers that she's looking for. Thank you.
And the next deputation is from Marley Robinson with regards to item 19E. The Ridge House Museum came into being thanks to a team of volunteers from Ridgetown's Rotary who purchased and restored this typical middle-class 1875 home as their centennial project. Furnishings and artifacts were donated by East Kent families who remain proud of their connection. A heritage architect applauded their work as an assessment of the building less than a decade ago, calling it one of the best preserved small house museums in Ontario. At amalgamation, the Ridge House Museum was gifted to all of Chatham-Kent as a living museum, a museum which featured cookie baking, frontier craft displays and instruction, and more. A plastic pump does not replace an original pump in this scenario. A fenceless property does not make it safe for children experiencing 19th century outdoor activities. A modern window does not maintain the historic look of a heritage home. We know that the flood of newcomers to Chatham-Kent are particularly interested in the quality of life, including our heritage and culture, and Ontarians experiencing staycations are looking for authentic experiences. The Ridge House Museum is a valued heritage asset and by extension, a tourism asset, an economic development asset, and a quality of life asset. To realize these assets, authenticity is important. Please take into account Appendix B of item 19A, which is the well-considered detailed recommendation of the Heritage Committee. Please vote to update the designation of the Ridge House Museum, including the surrounding fencing and historic pump, plus rejection of a large modern window. Thank you for your consideration, Marley Robinson.
And the last deputation is from Hope Eaton on behalf of the Wheatley Future Strategic Planning Working Group related to item 19G. Dear Chatham-Kent Council, the August 26, 2021 explosion in Wheatley, destruction of some buildings, and subsequent activities which have resulted in evacuation of the downtown core of the village have caused a tremendous impact to both residents and businesses. There is a lot of uncertainty on many fronts. When will the investigation conclude? The real possibility that the source of the gas may not be mitigated, buildings which may be irreparably damaged, the future insurability of buildings, how to support businesses and residents directly and indirectly impacted, and many more concerns. To begin to address some of this uncertainty and to begin to think strategically about the future of Wheatley, the Wheatley BIA has recently formed a new subcommittee called the Wheatley Future Strategic Planning Working Group to act as a point of representation within Wheatley to research, collaborate, and align with what is going to be a large-scale rebuilding and or relocation and revitalization effort once the gas emergency eventually concludes. This group will provide feedback and recommendations with the appropriate municipal, provincial, or federal groups tasked with these efforts. The current working group is currently comprised of co-chairs Hope Eaton and Whit Teal, members Samantha Williams, Quinn Bowman, Tim Fisher, Terrence Lobson. We appreciate Councillor Hall's experience with the 2007 Wallaceburg Community Task Force, which helped empower his community, secure sources of funding, and produce a framework which can provide real, tangible results. This is certainly something that the community of Wheatley needs in order to prepare for the journey ahead. We support this motion and look forward to participating in the committees to help develop the final report to Council in support of Wheatley. Sincerely, the Wheatley Future Strategic Planning Group.
Those are all the deputations, Mr. Mayor, and we'll move into the consent agenda. So this evening, the following reports have been pulled. We have 16A, Next Generation 911 Implementation. There's a presentation this evening and Councillor Carmen McGregor has asked for it to be pulled. Item 16B, 2021 BMA Municipal Study. There is a presentation and also Councillor Carmen McGregor has questions. Item 16D, October 2021 Budget Variance Forecast, Councillor Brock McGregor and Councillor Harrigan. 17A, Road Ratings and Asset Management Software. We have a presentation this evening and Councillor Carmen McGregor has questions. Item 17B, the 2022 Capital Budget, Councillor Harrigan and Councillor Sakachi have asked for it to be pulled. Item 17C, 2021 One-Time Canada Community Building Fund Allocation, pulled by Councillor Harrigan. Item 19E, Ontario Heritage Amendment to the Designation Bylaw, Ridge House Museum, pulled by Councillor Wright. 19F, Outdoor Patios, pulled by Councillor Carmen McGregor. And item 19G, the motion of Councillor Hall, has been pulled by Councillor Hall and Councillor Harrigan. Therefore, the remaining reports to be approved in one motion are 13A, B, 14A, B, C, D, 15A, B, C, D, 16C, 17D, E, F, 18A, and 19A, B, C, and D. Actually, E has been pulled out, so we won't be having 19E approved in the consent. We'll hand that back to you, Mr. Mayor.
With that, can we get Councillor Foss and Councillor Hall to move the consent agenda, please?
So move, Your Worship.
Seconded, Mayor Canada.
Any questions? Seeing none, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in and motion passes 17-1.
We'll go to item 16, Finance, Budget, Information, Technology, and Transformation.
16A, Next Generation 911 Implementation. And we have Jesse Hope from our ITT department to introduce the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Next Generation 911 is a mandated Canadian Radio, Television, and Telecommunications Commission initiative, and we engaged the Barkwell Holland Group in July 2021 to complete a needs assessment on our 911 infrastructure and processes. During that time, various interviews were completed with police, fire and emergency services, finance, budget, and information technology to gather and assess information of where we stand and how we need to get there. Holly Barkwell is here to give an executive overview of her findings, who I'll turn over to now.
Thank you, Jesse. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm dialed in on my phone. I'm having some technical difficulties, so Jesse's going to run the presentation for me today, so thank you. So thanks very much for allowing me to be here today to speak. I know your time is valuable, so I will try and be concise while delivering the information that you need to hear today. My name is Holly Barkwell, and I'm a public safety business advisor with over 27 years of experience in 911 and emergency communication. That is our sole focus in Canada, North America, and across Asia. The H Group helps public safety agencies manage technology and the organizational disruption that transformative technologies create. Next slide, Jesse, please. I'm going to give you a very brief overview today, just of our credentials, why 911 needs to change, the benefits that NG 911 will introduce over time, what the assessment covered, what we looked at, rough order of magnitude cost estimates, and the timeline. Next slide, please. This slide is just a very brief overview of my personal credentials, not terribly germane to this. We can certainly make that information available after if anyone wants to peruse it. Next slide, please. This slide is just a sample of the projects that we have covered in the last 5
Holly, we seem to have lost connection with you.
This is by no means that are most. Sorry now. Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's better.
Okay. Sorry about that. Is it still okay?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
It's just lagging a little bit once in a while.
Okay, sorry. I tend to talk very quickly, which doesn't help. So this slide is just a sample of projects that we've worked on. It's by no means conclusive, but it is representative of similar work that we did for Chatham-Kent. Next slide, please. This graphic is important because it represents the evolution of 911 over the years. So the graphic on the left side is yesterday, where when 911 was originally introduced, you had one address tied to one incident, which made it a straightforward manner to determine where the incident was located and how to get the best help there. The middle graphic is the blue, and that's where we are today. That was the same technology, which is an analog-based infrastructure that was introduced over 40 years ago. And we've continued to shoehorn more functionality into that infrastructure in order to try and keep the costs reasonable to deliver 911 service. But as we've transitioned to the introduction of mobile technologies and smart devices and things, it's become increasingly clear that the infrastructure cannot handle the load that we're placing on it today. And it certainly will not prepare us to go into tomorrow, which is the green graphic on the right, which shows you that the points of ingress into 911, which means the number and types of devices that will be able to initiate calls for help to 911, create more challenges with locating incidents, and the infrastructure that we have in place today simply cannot manage the volume or the types or the connections that are required to introduce these technologies. In response to that, the Canadian Radio and Television Telecommunications Commission imposed deadlines and other requirements over the last decade to update regulatory policy in order to improve the 911 network. Those decisions require carriers to transform the existing national 911 network to an IP-based digital platform. Work has been ongoing since 2010, The project is now ready to engage PSAPs and 911 authorities and/or municipalities to participate. The changes are legislated and therefore they are not optional. To continue offering service as a 911 authority, you must transition to the new digital environment, which carries a number of new obligations for 911 authorities. Next slide, Jesse, please. Once the move to IP or a digital infrastructure is complete, the public will be able to contact 911 from any device. The change won't be immediate, but it will be introduced over time. We will say contact 911 and not call anymore, because in the future you will have different means of contacting 911, such as social media, real-time text, video chatting, and electronic data, for example. Each PSAP will be able to decide for themselves what kind of information they wish to receive or not receive, with the exception of texting, which will transition to a new service called real-time texting. And this is a service that is mandated by the CRTC, and it will replace in a couple of years the text messaging with 911 service that we have today. Transition to IP is not new. Banking and financial institutions have used it globally for over 2 decades. Public safety is just now catching up. Digital platforms are tried, they're proven, and they are trusted. And the transition allows a standards-based IP platform with hooks already baked in to add new features and functions as they become available. This will allow municipalities and 911 authorities to leverage economies of scale going forward, such as information sharing, redundancy, incident management, and the response process, for example. Next slide, please. Very briefly, BH Group, we came in and conducted an assessment of the Chatham-Kent Police Service 911 Center with all of the emergency communications tools that are used within that service. So we assessed the protocols, the tools, technologies, the procedures, the applications, the network devices, and network points of access for security and resilience. Next slide, Jesse, please. That resulted in a number of deliverables. First, we developed a report. From the report, there was a summary of our research included, our methodology, our findings, and our recommendations, which then we used to develop a migration strategy and a roadmap. So the strategy outlines the work that needs to be completed, and the roadmap defines the tasks in some detail, the timelines, and the priorities that should be implemented in which order in order to be successful. Next slide, please. So what were the results? Well, we came up with 11 recommendations for the ECC, which we prioritized. So we had 2 recommendations for training and skills development, 5 for technology and functionality, 2 regarding process policy procedure, 2 for human resources, and of course, we developed rough order of magnitude estimates for budgetary purposes. And then from that, we developed the migration strategy and the roadmap. Next slide, please. The 11 recommendations covered training for IT resources, and this is specific to Chatham-Kent Police Service resources because they resource share with the city, but we are recommending that the police department have specific skill sets in-house because 911 is different from a regular enterprise network environment. It has some very specific requirements regarding communications, security, reliability, resiliency that are mandated by the CRTC. So this list represents activities necessary to set Chatham-Kent Police Service up for success in the NG 911 environment. So by designing and building the correct foundation now makes incorporating future enhancements more straightforward, more effective, and cost efficient. And it will provide resources so that projects will be effectively managed by a dedicated project manager. One important note to take from the report is that the transition to NG 911 affects almost every system and service in use in Chatham-Kent Police 911 emergency communications. It is not a side of desk project to manage. Accordingly, it requires a full-time dedicated project manager because the change will affect, as I already mentioned, every service and system within the center that's in use. We also have to manage the risk and the impact on operations, in particularly the human resources component. So change management will be a fundamental component of this role, and it needs to be included from the outset, not as an afterthought. Recommendation number 10. Some of these are already being addressed at this time, and some have already been addressed. Recommendation number 10 speaks to full-time supervision in the comm center. There are currently acting supervisors for all shifts on the floor, but they work as emergency communicators, meaning they aren't available for supervisory tasks full-time or to fill in during high call volumes or large-scale events because they are already working desks. And this, I call this to attention because there is an actual standard NFPA 1225, which speaks to this requirement in order to provide reliable 911 service. Another point I want to bring to your attention is that a project manager plays a really important role, not just for the transition to NG 911, because this is not a one and done project. The transition to the digital platform is just the beginning. There will be ongoing change for the next several years as new services are introduced over time, such as additional data that will be delivered with 911 calls that will allow dispatchers to make better decisions within the communications environment, along with additional information that will be available for responding personnel to make better decisions on the response end. A project manager is an important part of that, of determining how functionality is to be implemented, the order of operations of that implementation, but they also, because there is a fair cost associated with the transition, they can also investigate partnership opportunities to help offset costs or cost sharing with neighboring communities, or finding additional efficiencies within the network of neighborhoods and neighboring PSAPs in the area. Next slide, please, Jesse. So the bottom line, what we came up with was a budget number of approximately 1.6 million for capital cost and an ongoing operating cost of about 569,000, so about 600,000. And this is because there are net new responsibilities being placed on 911 emergency service providers or 911 authorities, including reliability, resiliency, and robustness of networks. That was never a requirement in the past, but because we're transitioning to a digital environment, we now have enterprise type requirements. And this has to be managed as an enterprise type environment, not as a small business environment. So there are checks and balances put into the language by the CRTC that must be met to be allowed to connect to the network. As part of this, we've also included a life cycle management strategy, a recommendation to include that type of planning to consider for software, regular software and hardware refresh cycles to keep software and hardware in life cycle, and also for regular patch management and software updates. The capital cost represents an average of industry experience to date. So keep in mind, some of the recommendations are already in process. These numbers do not account for vendor purchase arrangements or negotiations. Some of the recommendations may be split over time or cost sharing arrangements reached. So again, they are rough order of magnitude. The other thing to consider is vendors have altered purchasing options to accommodate financing plans for public safety. So research is required into the vendor arrangements in order to determine the most cost-effective approach for implementation. This new platform increases opportunities for sharing technology and infrastructure, such as we have never seen before within the public safety environment. So the opportunities to find efficiencies and collaboration opportunities down the road, the sky is the limit. So talk to neighboring municipalities to see what they're doing for opportunities to collaborate, to share technologies, to share services, etc. The estimates that are provided here do not take into account extraneous costs such as consulting or subject matter expertise, which may be required in some areas due to the complex integrated nature of communications, such as voice and audio recording, radio system integration, etc. I won't lie, these costs can be significant, so consideration needs to be given there. The one thing we do know is we have approximately 260 public safety answering points across the province, primary and secondaries. And that is another point. This does not apply only to primary agencies. This also applies to secondary PSAPs or public safety answering points. So if there are fire and medical dispatch centers in the area, all public safety answering point from a technology perspective have to have the same technology in order to be able to manage calls and traffic throughout the system. So they need the same technology infrastructure in order to function in the new environment. I mentioned earlier that the CRTC has mandated RTT or real-time text as a mandated service, the first time they've ever done this. What that means is in the current version, secondary PSAPs have the option to opt out of delivering or managing text calls. They can ask the primary to do it, which increases workflow and the time it takes for primary agencies to manage calls. This will not be an option available in the NG environment. So that has effect on staffing, workflow, et cetera, that need to be evaluated as well. Next slide, please, Jesse. What you're looking at is the timeline, and this is a timeline that the CRTC has developed, most recently revised in June of 2021. The squares that are of interest are the two yellow rectangles, and those represent the transition or the stand up in an operational capacity of the new NG911 voice network, which is March 1st, 2022. So that's coming very shortly this year. And what that means is the new digital infrastructure or network will be ready for PSAPs to begin onboarding if they are ready. They don't have to migrate yet, but if they are ready to do so, they can begin operational voice traffic. The box on the far right in yellow indicates the CRTC's deadline, which is March 4, 2025. And that is the point at which every PSAP across Canada must be migrated onto the new network. So we have a limited amount of time. We have 260 plus PSAPs across the country that have to be migrated by that time frame. So we know that as we get closer to that deadline, that costs will increase because resource availability will be limited by obviously PSAPs will have limited resources because you are crunching deadlines. The vendors will have limited resources because they are working with multiple PSAPs, and carriers will have limited availability because they are also constrained. Next slide, please, Jesse. This is a chart that I use to just illustrate what we're looking at in terms of reaching that milestone timeline, which is March 4, 2025. You don't need to be a rocket scientist to look at the numbers. We have approximately between 44 and 47 months worth of work to do and 38 months to complete it. So work needs to begin immediately. The longer the delay, the shorter the time period, and likely the higher the cost to get there. So part of this includes risk identification, the threat level and impacts on operations, how you can best manage resources, how you schedule projects, how to best apply resources, internal and external, and the budget implications and timelines. So the sooner the planning and budgeting cycle starts, the sooner procurement can begin, and then you can look at crashing schedules along the way. I see a hand up. Does somebody wish to ask a question?
We'll wait
That's
to
my
hold
hand.
off.
I can save it.
We'll hold off questions till you're done presentation.
Okay, I'm almost complete. There's only a couple more slides. So one thing to consider with this chart is that schedules, or people that do scheduling, are always optimistic. They rarely consider things like resource availability, which during COVID has been a constant challenge. Budgeting, of course, time for technical issue resolution, and learning curves for new technology. Training, so far, our experience indicates that scheduling or allowing enough time to complete testing has been grossly underestimated. So the timelines, in fact, are probably, this is a pretty aggressive timeline. Reality in some cases reflects worse, and some better. This is kind of an average. Next slide, please. So this picture is just a representation of the things that public safety has been talking about being able to do for over a decade, and we still struggle to deliver on a lot of this functionality. With the transition to NG911, we can now look at really effectively doing things like connecting with smart building technology, so that we can put the ownership of data management on the provider. For example, smart buildings. So the owner of a building will keep their site plans up to date, so that public safety can access them as required. But then the onus on managing and not keeping the data up to date is with the building owner versus public safety, who does not have the time or the resources to manage that. The acceptance of social media into the 911 center, video, or texting I already mentioned, but also on the outbound side, we have the opportunity now to make some significant enhancements in what can be delivered out the back end of the PSAP to the responding community. Better, so the incorporation of telematics, so we can tell if a car has overturned, if we can tell how many occupants are in the vehicle, how many seatbelts deployed, if there was a car seat in the vehicle. There's a tremendous amount of information that we can take from vehicles today, because they are smart and they carry about 160 data points. So we can make use of this. Today, we cannot accept any of that information. It has to be done all verbally. Real-time routing, so we can improve access to scenes and get responders there as quickly as possible, and of course imagery, etc. So these are just a few of the things that we are looking to improve on over time. What I haven't covered in any detail is the idea that GIS is going to form a core part of the NG911 network, and that is also an important consideration, because that will improve things significantly over the routing and the ability we have to use GIS to better advantage today. So at this point, my presentation is complete, and I would like to turn it over to Catherine Fitzgerald to wrap up prior to opening up for questions. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Thank you, Holly Barkwell, for your presentation. I just wanted to provide an update to Council on the next steps for administration on this presentation. So tonight you will be seeing in the capital budget a submission for $2 million over 2 years. So $1 million in the 2022 capital budget and $1 million in future budgets. That will show up in Appendix B of the capital budget presentation this evening. In addition, you will see a request for a project manager for, we're estimating 3 years to complete this project. And noting that Ms. Barkwell's presentation had an amount of just over 1.5 million, we have built in some extra to our capital budget ask to help fund that project manager over the 3 years, as well as prepare for some of the unknowns around consulting costs and additional risks to the project over that 3-year timeline. In addition, in the budget itself, you will be seeing a base budget ask in the 2022 budget of 125,000. That's year 1 of 2. In year 2, we would be looking for 250,000 to help the base budget for life cycle and sustainability costs for this particular initiative. And finally, in the budget, you will be seeing an FTE or a full-time equivalent ask. That's the supplemental ask for the project manager for the 3 years. Thank you, Mayor Caniff.
Yes, now we have a few people with questions, but first, can I get Councillor C. McGregor and Councillor Harrigan to put this on the floor, please?
Happy to, Mayor Caniff.
Just accepting the presentation, Mayor Kara?
Well, yeah, there is a motion to this as well, to accept it into the 2022 budget process. Yeah.
Yes.
All right, with that, then we'll Councillor C. McGregor, followed by Councillor Harrigan.
Hi, and thank you, Holly and Catherine, for the presentation tonight. I had a very basic question, but your presentation brought on a few more questions, so I'll just shoot away. I'm just wondering, is it normal for annual recertification going forward? And I noticed that, and it shows up in the table of the executive summary budgetary cost estimates. And I was just more than curious than anything. Like, is this annual until we get it in the program fully implemented, or is this something going forward? Is it something like, and I don't know what to think, maybe something like CPR or something that you need to continually retrain people? So, and before you answer that, if that is the case, I'm just curious, as other communities are coming on and getting there, is this something that an opportunity for the cost of training could be shared with other communities? And that was that. And the only other one, I was just curious as I was hearing it, with all communities transferring over by 2025, is this going to, like, is this something that down the road, it doesn't necessarily need to be implemented in every individual community? Is it something where something like EMS or your ambulance services, where they cover a much larger area, say in southwestern Ontario, as opposed to individual communities? So those are my questions. And either Holly or Catherine, whoever chooses.
Catherine, is it okay if I take a stab first, or do you wish to?
Thank you, Holly. Yes, please go ahead. Thank you, Mayor Kenneth.
So it depends. Unfortunately, I could speak on this for a couple of hours easily, but what it comes down to is adherence to best practices and standards. I am a representative of an association called the National Emergency Number Association, which is an advocacy group for 911 specifically, through legislation, standards, best practices, and human resources development. There are standards out there for call taking, for 911 call taking and call processing. We always advocate that telecommunicators be trained properly. So there are a number of courses and programs out there to do that. There are also a number of certification programs out there. So it depends on what the agency chooses to pursue, maybe all, some, or none. Unfortunately, Ontario does not have any legislation at this point in time that requires telecommunicators. Sorry, let me check that. Ontario does not have any provincial-wide legislation that requires all telecommunicators to be trained to certain minimum standards. However, the Ontario Fire Marshal has implemented a mandate that all fire communicators must be trained to minimum standards. So there is work underway within the province to try and introduce the minimum training standards, and these recommendations fall in line with supporting that. As far as does it need to be done yearly or every year, it depends on which program you choose to follow. Some require annual or biannual recertification. Some it's a one and done. We always encourage refresher because you have skill fade over time, attrition as well. So it's a best practice that every agency should have a policy to address. Does that answer the question?
Yes, yes, it does. And just the other one was, is this something that could be eventually down the road handled, say in Southwestern Ontario, for all of Southwestern Ontario, as opposed to individually within
Yes,
a community?
There are groups within the province that have implemented, for example, the Ontario Fire College. They do training at a central facility, but agencies also undertake on their own. I know communities in Western Canada and elsewhere in the country that do, they partner up with other municipalities or other PSAPs, and they run combined training programs, or they do sharing. They'll train at one facility, they'll bring communicators over because scheduling obviously is an issue. There are also opportunities within the public safety space right now with new training programs coming. COVID has brought to light a very serious gap in the training. For whatever reason, online training wasn't necessarily always available, so those gaps are starting to be filled now. So there will be better opportunities for training at affordable cost for PSAPs going forward. So those are starting to be introduced now, and we expect to see improvements in that over time. But yes, there will definitely be opportunities to find efficiencies, cost share, etc.
Okay, so that's good so some cooperatives can be developed. And I guess what I asked there maybe, and you didn't say it wasn't just the training there. I was wondering about the call centers basically, or a call center as opposed to initiated in a local police headquarters. Like some of the emergency services I know are conducted, cover large areas, taking in the calls and then dispatching out that information. I'm just curious if that is happening elsewhere, or is that a possibility down the road that it could become more of a centralized method of taking those calls and dispatching out the services?
Sorry, just to make sure I understand correctly, you're talking about like a regionalized center?
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, and absolutely, yes. There are talks in progress all around the province and across the country, in fact, about between agencies of either full consolidation or co-locating space or sharing technology platforms. So everything, the new IP infrastructure brings about the opportunity to consider things that weren't doable in the past. So there are lots of opportunities to find efficiencies within the systems and within neighbors or between neighbors.
Okay, thank you. That answers all my questions. Thank you very much, Holly.
Councillor Harrigan, followed by Councillor Kirkwood-White.
Thank you. My first question is back to Catherine. Catherine, can you repeat the capital base and supplemental asks of the project?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. So the capital budget, the total capital budget being requested is 2 million. In the 2022 budget tonight is 1 million and 1 million in the 2023 budget. The base budget that will be presented in the budget binders is 125,000 in the 2022 budget. That's year one of two. We would be coming back in 2023 with an additional 250,000. In addition, there is the 1 FTE for the project manager to handle it. So overall, we think within 3 years, the ongoing base, we haven't submitted what the year 3 is yet, but over the 3 years, the ongoing base will be 570,000. That's an estimate that would be revised in year 3.
Okay, thank you. And all of that is actually municipal budget. It's not coming out of the police budget or what Chief Khan would present to us in the police budget because it covers police, fire, and ambulance, correct?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. That's correct. This is coming through the municipal budget. 911 is a municipal service, so it is within our budget. It is within our budget. Thank you.
And my next question, Councillor Steve McGregor started down the path, but just looking at the cost and thinking about other municipalities who may have a broader or a more regional PSAP. I'm not familiar, for example, how Windsor Essex runs their PSAP or municipalities that might be serviced by provincial policing versus local policing. But it does seem like this is a very high number for the residents of Chatham-Kent to pay for to cost share. Not to say that it isn't worth it, because obviously 911 services and safety is incredibly important. But I'm just wondering, and perhaps this is a question either to Holly or Chief Case, is Chatham-Kent a small PSAP or a large PSAP or an average PSAP in terms of its size in the community that it serves?
It's Holly. I'll take a stab at that. Based on my experience, you are an average size PSAP. You have 4 workstations available, and they work pretty efficiently. As population grows, when one of the aspects we considered during the study was your rate of growth over the next 10 years, and the rate looks to be reasonable. So we didn't do a staffing study as part of the component of this assessment, but it looks like you have the staff in place to handle an increase in call volume for the next at least 5 years. So from that perspective, you are consistent with a number of other municipalities located in Ontario, as well as elsewhere in the country. But it's difficult to compare between provinces because the characteristics of the agencies and the service configuration is different. I don't know if that answered your whole question.
Yeah, I'm a little bit flabbergasted by the cost that's presented in the presentation, and also disappointed that there's not more information in the background report. It's pieced together across a number of different reports, some of which we will see tonight, some of which we will see at budget. And I'm just wondering, as you know, and maybe Mayor Caniff or other members of the police board can comment if this has been discussed at our police service board level, or if EMT has had conversations. Is this a must do in the current year? Because we're looking at a really high budget, and we're looking at some staggering costs for implementation and then ongoing work for this initiative. And I think the background report was like 6 pages.
Mayor Caniff, perhaps I can respond to that. It's Gord Quinton speaking. So Gord Quinton, Chief Financial Officer. So yes, this is a large amount of funds. We as these regulations came out back in May, we decided that we needed to go out to get our consultants' help and experts' help in putting together the cost estimates for this, because it's not this is a major change in how 911 center operates. This, from our analysis, this seems to have to be a step that we go forward with as it gets all the PSAPs across the province onto the same page. Past that, I think there could be discussions on, particularly on the backup systems that are also a requirement moving forward, of working with neighbors to be each other's backup in case of a tornado, for example, rips out downtown that houses your 911 center, or communication problems, or whatever the case may be, that you have functioning backup. So working with each other is important. I think another thing for council to consider long term would be how comfortable would council be with their 911 operators operating from beyond the borders of the municipality or beyond the borders of the province, or how far do you want to go for cost savings versus service provided by employees that know the area and understand where the calls are coming from. So I long way of saying, yes, we have looked at this. Yes, EMT has received this presentation, and we've included it as part of our 2022 budget request. We have worked to phase in the costs over a couple of years here, but it's a very large cost, and it is a municipal responsibility, as Catherine said, not police.
Okay, thank you. And I will take back the very last page of the appendix does have a more detailed breakdown of the capital and the base asks in the report. It's very frustrating, for myself as a councillor, but I think for municipalities, when these regulations and the CRTC guidelines are changing and we have to respond to those, but ultimately that becomes a burden to taxpayers. So I also don't wonder if we may not want to advocate to some more senior levels of government around support that could be given for some of the technology transformations to municipalities.
Councillor Harrigan, if I could add, that is exactly what we are doing across the province. Everyone agrees that Next Generation 911 is a great tool and is where we need to head. Like, it makes sense that nobody the current system was based on landlines, and now we have cell phones, and people can take pictures and videos of scenes that will really help our emergency service when they respond. So the cause is good and everybody's in support. It is a little bit disappointing that the provincial government that's in charge of emergency management isn't cost sharing that with municipalities.
Thanks, George. Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. Those are my questions. Oh, sorry, Holly, go ahead.
I was just going to say, if I can offer, there is actually some movement underway within the province. I participated in a project over the summer with the Solicitor General's the Ministry of the Solicitor General, to figure out what the cost of the transition might be across the province. So there is work underway. Mind you, it's a little bit too late for this go around, but we can look to some announcements, I think, in the future. I don't know what, if anything, has been done with the results that we provided with the work we did over the summer. But there is a recognition that the province needs to do something or needs to provide some assistance in some way. So I expect that we should be hearing something in the next few months.
Councillor Kirkwood-White, followed by Councillor Finn.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Appreciate the comments and questions from my fellow councillors. My question to either Holly or Catherine has to do with, will we be able, through the Next Generation 911 process, to keep track of calls that should have gone to 211 the social service information and referral line or to other 911 numbers. There'll be statistics, obviously, that will be collected on a periodic basis. I was just wondering about the tracking of the various types of calls.
It depends. The call system cannot distinguish if somebody dials 911, it can't make a distinction before the call is answered as to whether it should have gone to an emergency number or a non-emergency number. But certainly once telecommunicators answer the phone and process the call, they can certainly log statistics that can be reported on to say that this maybe it was in effect transferred at some point during the call. They recognize it was a non-emergency or it was a health-related call and it was transferred. So those stats are by and large available today. The issue that we have is that the level of detail that's required to make some good decisions, there's not enough detail included with it. So with NextGen, better reporting will be available, but there's also a requirement that we do some work across the province to create a dictionary, if you will, because every agency defines certain call metrics differently. There's been no drive to standardize on the call metrics, and that's the next stage of development. Is we need to get together and agree on what exactly does call pickup time represent, call transfer time, hold, etc. When do you mark the call as answered, when a telecommunicator picks it up or when it hits the switch, those types of things. So once we have the systems in place and we can start monitoring those, then yes, the reporting certainly will improve.
Yeah, I appreciate that because the 211 system has a taxonomy that helps to distinguish between the types of calls that are received by that particular N11 number. Appreciate the answer. Thank you.
Councillor Finn, followed by Councillor Sakachi.
Councillor Finn, you're on mute.
Sorry
Thank
about
you.
that. I thought I hit it. Thank you, Worship. To Holly, could you explain the stand-up functional backup communication center with the one-time and annual cost and why it's so much more than the regular that we're putting in?
So right now, my understanding is that your backup facility consists of a desk and a telephone within the emergency medical dispatch service. And according to standards, that is not sufficient. The requirement is that your backup facility be able to accommodate regular operations for an extended period of time. So if your primary 911 center must be evacuated, you have to be able to conduct business as you do on a regular basis, which means you need to accommodate your regular complement of workers or staffing with sufficient equipment so that they can carry out their duties on a regular basis. So the backup center does not have CAD or RMS. It has a telephone and one desk. So you can send one person over there. So that doesn't meet code. So the budgetary number that was put in there is to set up a backup center that is equivalent of the primary center, which means 4 workstations and all the equipment that is required to function as such.
Okay.
And of course, there's an ongoing component to support that equipment, regular maintenance and service. So that was included in the ongoing operating cost.
Okay, I was just wondering why it was $60,000 more on the annual. Secondly, when it comes to the text messaging, because I do have some hearing impaired that have used it in the past, are quite excited about the new access to be able to text. What happens if it's not a 911 emergency, but they do need police assistance? How is that going to work, and is it capable of providing a number to the people that may need it?
I would suggest that if it is an emergency or if the person calling in any way deems it's an emergency, that they dial 911. we will have in the next generation environment the ability to do different things with calls that we have not had the ability to do in the past. For example, if somebody called on an administrative line with an emergency, there was no ability to transfer that call directly to a 911 line. So whoever answered the phone was forced to tell the caller hang up and call 911 directly, so that it would be brought in on a 911 trunk, which meant the call would be recorded and that it could be transferred around the network appropriately. So that will be different in the NG 911 environment. As far as texting calls that come in, if it is an emergency, right now, if a primary agency is enabled to receive text calls, they can manage that call, but in many cases, secondaries have opted not to implement texting technology. So the primary agency has to verbally relay all that information over to the secondary agency. In NG, that will change because secondary agencies will be able to receive the text calls and then interact with the callers directly. And then you have other things such as conference calling to manage, so that if you have multiple parties on the line with a text call, that you can in effect perform the same duties that you do with voice calls.
Okay, thanks. That's it.
Councillor Sakachi, followed by Councillor McGrail.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. My question's pretty brief. Councillor Harrigan asked a couple of the questions that I was looking to have an answer to. I guess the biggest question is the scope of this project this size? Is it a necessity? Is this like above and beyond the minimum standards, or is this just basically kind of what the system is going to cost? I'm with Councillor Harrigan regarding the price. I think this is an extraordinary amount of money for a small municipality, especially with the ones that are already facing the challenges that we are challenging. So is there an opportunity for a lower scope, or is this project basically what's required to meet the standards?
The recommendations as they are presented are positioned so that you meet the standard and provide the same level of service that's provided to citizens today. Having said that, the recommendations are also structured to sequence to make the best use of resources. But that is up to the municipality as to how those are implemented and the time frame. As I mentioned, the timeline that I suggested is very aggressive. Catherine may be able to speak better to that.
If I
Just
may.
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead, Catherine. I apologize. You go ahead.
No, thank you, Mayor Caniff. Yes, so the timelines are very aggressive, and as Holly mentioned in her presentation, there are some potential costs for additional resources we may need, consulting services to help us accelerate this, that we've built into our capital budget ask, which is a little bit higher than what Holly has presented in her report. The project manager that we would be assigning and dedicating to this project over the 3 years, absolutely part of their mandate will be to look for opportunities for partnerships, to see what adjacent municipalities are doing. Are there opportunities for partnership, especially around the backup center, grants and things like that, to help try and reduce the cost? But at this time, we felt it was important to submit the full cost to council. Anything we can bring down is absolutely something we're going to be looking for, and efficiencies as we go along. But the reality of the full cost at this point is what we presented in the capital and base budgets. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. So if we weren't so aggressive with the timing components, wouldn't there be a little bit more of an opportunity to help budget for it? And so it's not so much in one, we're not seeing so much this year and already a challenging year. Is there that big of a need to be that aggressive from a time standpoint?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff, and Holly may have something to add to this as well. As she presented, it is already an aggressive timeline, and the recommendation has included that there are many municipalities that have to make this change and a limited number of consulting firms and technical resources that can complete the work. Our concern is postponing this could potentially increase the cost. The closer we get to the deadline, the more expensive those resources are going to get and the more expensive the project implementation will be. So we've tried to moderate it over a few years, but the longer we wait, the more expensive we think this will become. Thank you.
Thank you. My last question is going to go to Mr. Quinton. Mr. Quinton, a lot of times when we have these types of projects, and let's say that there is the ability to identify some cost savings. A lot of times the funds that are saved and the efficiencies we find, these monies go directly into a reserve. If there's any costs, savings associated with this project in the future, are these just going to go sit in a reserve, or these can needs to be sent right back into the tax base to assist with some future savings?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Thanks for the question. So as we've structured it now, we've asked for the capital cost 1 million this year and 1 million next year, and the reason that we split it out today is that we know we have a significant capital cost. So let's get 1 million processed in this year's budget. We need this commitment by council to begin the project. As we get to the 2023 budget and then 2023 capital budget, the project manager will be able to advise us on the exact timing needed of the remaining one-time funds. And, there might be, we may be able to parse that out between 2023 and 2024 capital budgets, the second 1 million ask. And we'll also be able to as we get, as we phase in the operating costs over the 3 years, in the third year, we'll be able to get to exactly what we need on the ongoing costs as well. So we have, one option was for us to ask for 2 million in capital and $570,000 in base ongoing funding right now in 2022. We're already mitigating that over the 2 to 3 years in an attempt to smooth out the impact. But we recognize that this is a huge financial impact to provide this enhanced service level. And it's mandated. This is not an enhanced service level that council has a choice of whether to implement. It's mandated. It has to happen by March of 2025.
Yep, thanks, Gordon. That was my last follow-up question, is that in regards to the provincial mandates, it's just gets really frustrating from a municipality with our population and our geographic size that these $1 million here and there keeps coming down to us, whether that be challenges we're facing with ambulances, whether that be challenges we're facing with the implementation of this system, whether that be challenges faced with them giving us a roadway that's going to cost us over $100 million. I know, a lot of us councillors keep, saying this all the time, but we just have to continue to advocate, because we cannot sustain a 4% inflation every year, time after time in our municipality. Things are just getting so challenging for a lot of our residents. So I'll be supporting this because, we have to. Thank you.
Councillor McGrail.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. My question is, at this moment in time, do all calls handled within Chatham-Kent, and when I say all calls, I mean police, fire, and ambulance, are they handled by Chatham-Kent, the Chatham-Kent call center, the 911 center right now?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Holly, would you like to answer that question? Or would you like me to?
Sure. Sorry, if you wish to go ahead, go first.
No, go ahead, Holly.
So any call that comes into 911 is definitely answered by Chatham-Kent Police. And then it is downstreamed from there, depending on whether fire or if it's a police call, then police manage that internally and dispatch their own resources. If it's a fire call, it is transferred over to the fire department to be managed. Actually, sorry, that's incorrect. It's dispatched from the 911 center as well. If it's a medical call, it is transferred over to the central ambulance communication center, and they dispatch their own resources from there.
Okay, my next question is, and it's just so I can understand it fully, is that why is this only within the police budget and not within fire and ambulance too, as they all use 911?
So just to be clear, it is not in the police budget. That's why it's coming to you tonight from administration, not part of the police budget ask. Yes, the police do manage our 911 staff, but 911 is technically under the provincial setup a municipal responsibility to run the center. It's not a municipality has to run a 911 center. It doesn't have to be run by a police department, but a municipality is responsible for it. So that's why it's not Gary Kahn and the Police Services Board presenting us as part of their budget ask.
Okay, that's what I need to know. Thank you.
Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. OPP, they're not dispatched out of Chatham-Kent. Am I correct there? Would Holly be able to answer that one?
That is correct.
Where's the OPP call center? Do you know?
I'm not sure where that division or that communication center is, but OPP manage their own traffic within Ontario. So they have a number of call centers.
Okay, thank you.
All right, seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes 16-2. Moving on to 16B, 2021 BMA municipal study. And we have a presentation by Matt Torrance, Director of Financial Services.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I'd like to introduce Amy McClellan, who is our Manager of Revenue. Amy will be providing a quick PowerPoint presentation today, summarizing some of the highlights of the BMA presentation.
Perfect, Amy. We can see your screen now. Thanks. Amy, if you're speaking, we can't hear you.
Just unmuted myself. Can you hear me now?
Okay. Yes, we can. Thanks.
Okay, great. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. My name is Amy McClellan, Manager of Revenue. I'm here tonight to review the highlights of the 2021 BMA municipal study, which had 114 Ontario municipalities participate. Chatham-Kent takes part in the BMA municipal study annually, which provides an opportunity to benchmark ourselves against other municipalities. A comparison is made between Chatham-Kent and 7 other municipalities in this presentation, which were selected from a relevant group of municipalities based on geographic and socioeconomic factors. The following slides will show how Chatham-Kent compares to our 7 chosen comparators, which is shown as a group average, and to all 114 municipalities who participated in the study, represented as the survey average. The BMA study primarily focuses on 3 areas: socioeconomic, financial, and cost of service and affordability indicators. There are several factors that affect a municipality's financial condition. The socioeconomic area captures items such as population change, population density, and taxes as a percentage of income. The best information we have for population growth currently is based on the Watson and Associates revised reference growth scenario that was presented to Council December 6, 2021. Chatham-Kent's total permanent population is now forecast to increase from 104,800 in 2016 to 122,200 by 2051, representing an increase of 17,400 persons. This represents an annual growth rate of 0.46% over the 30-year period. However, a 0.73% annual growth rate is projected over the next 10-year period of 2021 to 2031. The financial area captures items such as tax revenues, tax expenditures per capita, debt, and reserves. The cost of service and affordability indicators compares Chatham-Kent's cost of services and taxation to the other municipalities who participated in the study. A significant challenge that Chatham-Kent faces is its population density. Population density represents the number of individuals per square kilometer. As you can see on the table, Chatham-Kent has a low population density, meaning there are fewer people to pay for required infrastructure and services such as roads, bridges, water, and wastewater over wide geographic areas. Chatham-Kent has a population density of 43 people per square kilometer. London has 1,018, Sarnia 451, and Windsor 1,591. Since 2011, Chatham-Kent has been faced with an assessment shift, with the tax burden being shifted away from commercial, industrial, and multi-residential properties and onto farms. This has occurred as a result of factory closings, along with assessment review board appeals, which many big box stores have undertaken to reduce their assessment. Chatham-Kent is actively working to protect our assessment base by engaging the assistance of a private consulting firm. As a result of these efforts, over the course of 2021, we were able to achieve a net increase in taxes of just over $85,000 that would have otherwise been lost revenue. The information presented in this chart is based on the 2016 assessment cycle. The 2020 assessment update has been delayed because of the COVID-19 pandemic. As a result, the weighted assessment composition information is stale and not entirely reflective of our current assessment makeup in Chatham-Kent. Updates from the province to date have not confirmed when the assessment update will occur. The provincial government has indicated that property assessment for the 2022 and 2023 property tax years will continue to be based on the fully phased in January 1st, 2016 current values. While commercial, industrial, and multi-residential properties have seen assessment decreases, farmland has seen significant increases in their value. In 2011, farm properties were responsible for 5.7% of the tax burden. In 2021, this number has grown to 11.4%. In 2021, Chatham-Kent had the 11th lowest assessment per capita of the 114 municipalities who participated in the BMA study, with roughly $107,000 of assessment per capita. Assessment per capita takes Chatham-Kent total weighted assessment base divided by our population. In the group of 7 comparator municipalities, Chatham-Kent is second lowest, ahead of Windsor. Household income is a measure which indicates a community's ability to pay for the services provided by the municipality. Chatham-Kent is on the low end of the municipalities who participated in the survey and is below both the survey and group average, with an average household income of about $82,000. Now we'll move on to financial indicators. The financial position of a municipality is a key indicator of its health. The financial position is determined by taking the financial assets of a municipality less its liabilities. Chatham-Kent has a positive financial position of $1,937 per capita. significantly above the survey average of $854 and higher than the group average of $1,295. Prior to 2014, Chatham-Kent had a negative financial position, meaning that our liabilities exceeded our financial assets. Beginning in 2014, Chatham-Kent moved to a financial position of $241 per capita, which has continued to increase, reaching $1,937 per capita in 2021. The asset consumption ratio of a municipality is an indicator of the age of its assets. The older the overall average of its assets, the greater the ratio. The tax consumption ratio are those assets that are funded through property tax dollars, while the water and wastewater reserves are funded through the Public Utility Commission rates. Chatham-Kent's asset consumption ratio are higher than both the survey and group average. Fast-growing municipalities typically have a lower asset consumption ratio as they continue to build new infrastructure to support the growth. The level of reserves required by a municipality will vary for a number of reasons, which include services that are provided, age and condition of the infrastructure, service levels that are desired by the population, and economic conditions and projections, to name a few. Reserve comparative analysis measures a municipality's reserves as a percentage of its own source revenue. Chatham-Kent had reserve balances funded through tax of 96%, which is higher than both the group and survey average. Chatham-Kent's water and wastewater reserves are below both the group and survey average. Water reserves have increased since 2019 from -11% to -1.8%, and wastewater reserves have increased since 2019 from 25% to 29%. Chatham-Kent continues to make significant progress in lowering its debt. Chatham-Kent's overall outstanding debt and tax debt are both below the survey average. A few key points to be noted are approximately 59% of Chatham-Kent's debt is related to water and wastewater, which is funded by user fees administered by the PUC and not property taxation. A large portion of tax debt is funded by senior levels of government. The actual amount of debt funded directly by the Chatham-Kent property taxes is approximately $96 per capita. Many municipalities aim to have a debt to reserve ratio of 1.0, as this is deemed financially prudent by rating agencies. A ratio of 1.0 denotes that for every $1 of debt, there is $1 of reserves. Chatham-Kent has a healthier debt to reserve ratio than the survey average of 0.7. A ratio of 0.3 means that for every $1 of reserves, Chatham-Kent has 30 cents of debt. This has improved since 2019, when Chatham-Kent's ratio was 0.4. Taxes receivable are the taxes that have been billed and are owing by residents and businesses in Chatham-Kent, but have not been paid. Taxes receivable are a sign of a municipality's health and its residents' ability to pay their tax bill. Taxes receivable in Chatham-Kent have increased since 2019 from 1.6% to 3.3% in 2020. On March 22, 2020, a provincial order in council was enacted, suspending limitation periods and procedural timeframes. This order required administration to pause all tax sale proceedings while the order was in effect. As a result, the typical collections functions were not permitted, and pursuit of collection of tax arrears was put on hold. Comparing Chatham-Kent's water and wastewater costs for residential households, we are close to the survey average and above the group average, with only Windsor and Sudbury being higher in the group comparators. Chatham-Kent is above the survey average and the group average due to the fact that we have a significant amount of infrastructure which is spread over a wide geographical area. In comparison, Windsor has a total of 3 water and wastewater plants, but in Chatham-Kent, we have a total of 14 plants. A water and wastewater comparison for industrial water usage shows that Chatham-Kent is below both the group and survey average, with only Sarnia having lower industrial water and wastewater costs within the group. Comparing single-family detached homes, the taxes paid in Chatham-Kent are below both the survey and group average for a similar house in other municipalities. For example, if you purchase a house in Chatham-Kent, that house may cost you $300,000. But if you were to go to London and purchase that exact same house, it may cost you $450,000. So while you hear that London's tax rate is lower, you are paying slightly less taxes in Chatham-Kent than you would in London for the same house. Chatham-Kent does not have a significant number of multi-residential high-rises. However, the taxes paid per unit in Chatham-Kent are above the survey and group average within this class. When comparing the tax burden on a commercial building, Chatham-Kent is approximately at the survey average and below the group average for the taxes paid per square foot. Over the last several years, most recently in 2019, Council has been reducing the industrial tax rate through tax policy. As noted in this slide, Chatham-Kent's industrial taxes per square foot is substantially lower than both the group and survey average. When comparing both taxes and water and wastewater costs, Chatham-Kent is below both the group and survey average. Chatham-Kent has the 16th lowest cost of services in the survey of 114 municipalities. With Chatham-Kent having one of the lowest income per household ratings in the study, the property tax and water as a percentage of income is above both the group and survey average. Even though, as noted in the previous slide, Chatham-Kent has one of the lowest cost of services in the survey. Thank you, that's everything.
Councillor C. McGregor.
Thank you, and through the mayor. And thank you for the report, Amy. And I know that looking at the documentation that's actually included in your report as opposed to your presentation that you made, it's on page 4 that I'm looking at, and it's the comparison of relative taxes, like the property comparison. And it does show in there that our taxes are higher. I know we keep saying, and we keep putting out there through our presentations and everything, that, you know, if you compare us to a house in London or you compare us to a house here or there, that we're actually paying a lower amount. Our charts and everything and our indicators still, regardless, show that we are paying more. And even in our presentation, the budget presentation, Chatham's paying 1.8784, I think it says, for an average 1,200 square foot home, compared to 1.2249% on the provincial average. So when people are looking at our presentations, whether it be the BAM study, our budget presentation that go out there, you know, what people see is that we're paying higher taxes, and it never seems to be really equated to the balance that, yes, that home is more in London, but so is the average income. Like, average against the province, from what I see on your the BMA study, is about almost $28,000 difference on the average income that we service across. So it's very confusing. I've had many calls since our budget presentation started, since the announcement of the asked budget increase from administration, since that's come to us. So I think it's very, very confusing what our communities and what people within our communities, especially some right now that are very much struggling because of either lack of income or other incidents due to what's happened in the last couple of years with COVID. So, you know, I think when we say, yeah, we pay less than somebody in London does for the same house, you know, it's not really comparing, to me at least, and not to people that I'm talking to. It's not really comparing apples to apples, because, you know, that same person that is in that same house in London is making a higher income So, you know, at the bottom and at the end of the day, it's what people have to put out of their pocket. And you know, so we always say that we're always paying less, but you know, I think, you know, in all honesty, and to look at the reports and look at the studies and journals, you know, we pay higher taxes here in Chatham-Kent. And, you know, I look at a two-story home and, you know, they pay a much higher, like they pay a higher rate in average tax compared to the provincial average and the Southwestern, Southwest average that's within the study. So you know, I would like some acknowledgement for people. And I've talked to now 2 people that went through on the Let's Talk CK budget slides, which are the same slides that we presented. And, you know, there's some concerns how this is being presented. As much as we try to make it come across nice, there's issues and people are struggling, and it's really hard to try and deal with the thought of possibly close to a 5% increase, which honestly I don't see happening by the end of the day. But here nor there, those are my comments on it. One thing I would like, and I would like to come back to that first budget session, because I will bring this conversation up again as to our actual tax rates, and I really don't want to hear again about the comparator to another community of how we pay less taxes. We also have less income. So, but what I want to know is, I want to know the percentage of the households within Chatham-Kent that are paying the 2-story home residential rate, because that tells me that more like, and I think that's probably going to be the higher number of those residential rates that are out there, or people that are deemed by that residential rate. So I would like that information brought back. I don't expect that answer tonight, because I will bring it back up in the budget session, but it's just a comment. You know, it's for the average person looking to our budget and looking to our reports, and I consider myself one of those. It's very confusing when we continually say that we're paying less. We actually have a higher tax rate, and that's the bottom line. We have a higher tax rate. Yes, we have a lot of challenges because our demographics are much you know, lower, and the population you know, per kilometer. So and I do understand that. We have other challenges of bridges and everything else. But you know, let's help people understand this. It's just so confusing every time we go through the budget process and then expect everybody to understand and be able to understand why we're asking them for more money and why we're not making severe cuts to try and help them in a time when they need it. So I'll quit going on, and I'll quit ranting on about it, and I'll bring this back up in budget. But I want to point it out that it is extremely confusing for the average person to look at our slides and look at these reports and try and figure out, and you know, they just want to know, am I paying more taxes in Chatham-Kent than somebody else, or a higher rate? And yes, actually we are. So I'll leave it there. You can comment back on this if you like, but no need to. But I do want the other information on the number of our residents, or a number of our households that are deemed 2-story homes. Thank you.
Councillor Bondi, followed by Councillor Sagachi.
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. Following on very closely to Councillor Carmen McGregor's comments, I think it's misleading to say that we pay a relatively low amount of property taxes in Chatham-Kent, because we don't. You know, we experience people coming here from Toronto buying houses. That seems to be the trend. And we still have a bit of a bargain in the housing prices. That's going away quickly, as we all know. And thankfully, good for us, like lucky us. But when they do realize the taxes on a home of $499,000, they're effectively basically blown away at like, wow, how, like, annually, you know, the taxes are high. And of course, we've got all these nice ways to talk about it, in that we have low population density, more bridges and roads and et cetera and et cetera. Frankly, that doesn't matter to people when they move here. They just want to know, what are they going to pay for their taxes on their house? You know, all that other sort of stuff, that's kind of council conversation, I think. Important things, but still to the homeowner, I don't know that they really care much about, you know, the reasons why our taxes are high. So I've been talking about this for 12 years. So, you know, this is not news or new to me. And I do understand the rationale that if I lived in the house that I live in Toronto, the taxes would be similar or maybe higher. But I don't live in Toronto, and I don't have a reference library, and I don't have a TTC, and I don't have Yorkville, and, you know, so, you know, the idea of saying, well, this house that I live in another community would have similar taxes. Well, I'm not going to compare ourselves to New York City or Geneva either. You know, I don't have the services provided to Londoners or particularly Torontonians who are buried in snow. So there's that. They have those costs. But my question is, what is I think they used to call it the mill rate. Now maybe it's just considered the tax rate. I'm not sure. I know it's changed, but we all get an MPAC assessment envelope in our mail. I don't know, quarterly, maybe biannually. But that's where our taxes are based, if I'm correct, is on our assessed value by MPAC, which is independent of the municipality. Now we have a tax rate, and I know there's differences for farm, multi-residential, but for single family residential, what is our tax rate? It's got to be a number like 0.08 or something times our assessed value, which equals our tax bill. And what is that? And you may be able to have this today. I don't think it's that difficult to find, but what is that rate versus some of our comparables like Sudbury, London, Toronto? Is that available this evening?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have the tax rates memorized. We refer to them as tax rates now. I can provide you with that information, but you're correct in that it'd be the tax rate multiplied by your assessed value, which is provided by MPAC, and any area rated services would be added on there, and that is your tax bill.
Right, and thank you, Mayor Kenneth. So do you have any idea what our tax rate is? I think Gord would probably be able to, I would think, somebody must know, I hope, what our current tax rate is.
There's,
no?
I don't have it memorized. There's thousands of rates literally in Chatham-Kent. But
there's thousands of different tax rates?
Yes, because we have so many different property classes and we have different rates throughout all of our former different communities. So that's why I can't just memorize a couple of rates. There's just exponentially a number of them, but I'd be happy to get you that information.
Oh, sure. And I'm sorry, I wouldn't expect you to memorize thousands of different figures. That's clearly, impossible. But I think of course, now you can email that to myself and the rest of council tomorrow or the next day. But I think it would be important for the public to know what the tax rate is in, let's just use the city of Chatham single family dwelling, probably the largest tax contributor in the municipality, what that rate is compared to, say, London, Toronto, or we seem to use Sault Ste. Marie quite often, or Sudbury, I think, is our number one comparator. That, I think, is the bottom line. And as we head into budget, I think that's really the number we have to focus on is where are we? And there's, like you say, there's thousands of tax rates. So then there's thousands of different factors as to why our taxes are not the same as Torontonians or Londoners or Calgarians or whoever. But that to me is the important number. What is our tax rate? And when we go into budget, I hope that we keep our eye on that number. And that's the number that I think when people not only necessarily move here, but when young Chathamites buy a home, they're not necessarily concerned about that number, but they're concerned about, the taxes. When they buy the home, the little real estate sheet thing has the tax, the taxes for that year. And that I think is really the important factor, not necessarily the amount of bridges and roads, important for us as policymakers to, determine the tax rate, but having that number, I think, will give us, as a committee, go into budget, gives a pretty good scope as to where are we in our comparables. So yes, Amy, if you could forward that to me and presumably the rest of council, not thousands, please. Because you can't memorize them and I can't read that many, so we don't have to do that. But I think you get my general understanding as to where I'm going with this.
Yep, absolutely. I'll pick
Okay.
the Chatham rate for sure.
Great, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Mayor Caniff, it's Gord Quinton, Chief Financial Officer speaking. I will give you the Chatham rate. All the rates are on our website. But the Chatham rate was 0.01874367. But like Amy said, we do have thousands of rates. We brought a rate modernization report to council a year back, which was rejected by council to amalgamate those so that it would be simpler for citizens to do that calculation. But there are literally thousands, I think around 2,700 off the top of my head, different rates that we have to deal with.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Gordon, I'm surprised. Like, I've been sitting around here for not forever, but a long time. There's like 2,700 different tax rates.
Different combinations at different areas, depending where you live, and it makes it very complicated for residents moving. That a Tilbury rate needs to be different than a Merlin rate, needs to be different than a Highgate rate, needs to be different than a Chatham rate. Some of it makes sense, of course, because there's Chatham, for example, has an urban transit system. So sometimes that makes sense, but as we presented to council a year back, many times this is just historic pre-amalgamation tax rates that make it very difficult for staff. It also was mentioned in the KPMG efficiency review that this is one way that we could become more efficient in our tax department was to consolidate our rates. And it's a personal bug in my head that we we've tried to do amalgamations of tax rates to make it simpler for residents trying to figure out this maze of taxation in Chatham-Kent. But it's a very as it is now, we have the most complicated tax system in Ontario.
Or by the sounds of it, you referenced 4 different tax rates and there's 2,700 different tax rates. So yeah, that must keep you guys awfully busy, I'm sure. Okay, again, Gordon, Amy, through you, Mayor Kenneth, if you could forward not 2,700 different tax rates, but I would assume that there's probably maybe like the 4 that you referenced probably account for a vast majority of the residences in Chatham-Kent. And if you could forward that tax rate or those 4 tax rates or 5 or 6 or whatever, not 2,700, with comparisons to our natural comparators, I think that would be helpful for myself and maybe for the rest of council as we head into budget. So I thank you for that. Thank you. And thank you, Amy.
Councillor Sakachi, followed by Councillor B. McGregor.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff, and thank you for the floor. Mr. Quinton, I just had a couple of really quick questions for you. This is going to kind of leak over a little bit into the capital aspects, but it's hard not to notice our relatively healthy debt to asset ratio here in the municipality. As the CFO, have you ever thought about some creative approaches to utilizing the reserves to kind of obtain some more capital projects? We know that inflation is going to be probably increasing, especially when it comes to infrastructure and construction, probably I would say more than 4% every year. Have we ever thought about an opportunity of utilizing some of those reserves to maybe spend a little bit more on capital projects to try to get some of these things done before the rates continue to rise, and as well as the interest rates now are a lot less, a lot lower than inflation. And I'm just curious to see if yourself or Mr. Kelly has ever thought about bringing something to council that can attack some of these issues in the short term, maybe utilizing some debentures or reserves to try to get ahead of the inflation rate?
Thank you, Mayor Canna, for the question. So approximately a third of our reserves are related to infrastructure, and a lot of times it has to do with the timing that these are bridges that are underway or that the money's been approved. I'll just use the 3rd Street Bridge as an example, right? We have a few $1 million more of work to go and bills to pay. That was planned to be spent in 2021. Now it's going into the spring in 2022. So that represents about a third of our reserves. But the vast majority of the remaining reserves are actually dedicated to specific purposes that council has set them aside for. So you have very little what I would call discretional reserves. An example of that reserve would be the strategic reserve that council uses time to time to fund things that come up during the year. But your point on debt, we have done a tremendous job since we peaked in 2010. I believe our peak was around 162 million of debt, of paying off that debt with very little new debt added over the last decade. And that has been as we've adopted the pay-as-you-go strategy for our life cycle, for not putting fixing bridges or our infrastructure on future generations. What we would be always, what I consider what we should borrow for are new items to our fleet, if I can say it that way. So where a perfect example of that was when we built Riverview Gardens in 2004, and when we built the convention center in 2013, I think. Those were, two items that had no funds set aside in life cycle funds and were new additions. So if items like that come up, or if council was to want to, for example, tackle the Talbot Trail diversion on its own without the province, I would be recommending debt for those types of projects to be paid off for over a 20-year time frame. So our financial position has improved greatly as we paid off that debt, and it does help, makes us able to be resilient and nimble when things like the Wheatley emergency comes along, and we're able to react to those types of emergencies and pay those bills right away.
Yeah, thank you, Gordon. Like I said, I just wanted to see if there was the opportunity for some creative aspects and other challenges. 4%, I know I said this already once today, but 4% inflation is not something that we can continue to carry. So because we have such a good, debt to asset ratio, and we have some very, very smart and educated people, my hope is that we can start looking at ways to get ahead of this inflation rate, to see any projects that we can do, whether it be life cycle projects, capital projects, or, if there is any type of new builds, going forward, just to save that inflation. Because once that inflation compounds, it's going to get more and more challenging for the, for our residents, right? And as Councillor McGregor said, these are very challenging times. I spoke to a gentleman today, and even if his taxes go up $100 or $200, that's substantial to him, right? So, we have to make sure that we do whatever we can. And I think that as an administration, my last point would be, I think this study might be something that you guys need to bring up more often to some of our topics, because I can sit here and personally say I've made some mistakes in some of the things I supported this year, that once you look at it and you see budget and how much $2 or $3 million on projects that are probably going to be underutilized, that I've supported, it's probably going to be it makes it challenging moving forward in our budget. And those the 0.4 divestment rate, if we're not, as a council, not adhering to that, we're going to have these very challenging talks at budget and during the BMA study. So I think it's important as administration to bring this up, to remind us as council that it's not just administration's endeavors, that we have a big role to play in this as well. So thank you.
Councillor B. McGregor.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Certainly appreciate seeing the overview of this study every year, and I think it really reinforces the same messaging we get every year from it, and now that we've also received from a third-party review, and that we hear through our service reviews. We all know what our challenges are, and we all should know where we sit in comparison to other communities in Ontario. The one thing I did want to clarify a little bit is around the rate versus the amount you pay. And I know, Gord, we've had this discussion before, but if MPAC ever gets around to reassessment and say the average assessment doubles, what happens to our tax rates?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. It would, if all between classes, everything stayed the same versus farms and with no shifts between the classes, if everybody's assessment doubled, everybody's rates would be cut in half, and we'd have one of the lowest rates in the province.
Yeah, and I think that's really important to note when we're focusing on tax rates. And I mean, I have no idea what my tax rate is, but I certainly know what my tax bill is. So I think the amount you pay matters. Some number that represents a ratio probably doesn't matter too much. And I don't think we'd have too many people out celebrating in the streets if we saw our tax rate go in half after that reassessment happened. I don't think no one would notice, because it really is just a meaningless number that cuts up what you owe from assessments. So I think that while it's something to track and look as a comparator, what people care about is how much they pay. And I think that Councilor McGregor's right. When we look at that as a proportion of income, that's a really important marker. And I think it's a really important marker to look at comparative properties across municipalities. But at the end of the day, your bill matters, how much you pay matters, and the services you receive matter. And those are the things that we need to think about when we go into budget, and not get too focused on one tree when we're trying to look at the whole forest. Thank you.
Just to add to that, to clarify one very important component, if everybody's assessment doubled, the tax rate would go in half and nobody would pay any difference in their taxes. So it's not as though if that assessment doubles, we get all this extra money, it gets thrown back in the pot. So I wanted to clarify that under your, Councillor McGregor, under your scenario, if it doubles, the tax rate goes in half, their taxes don't change. So I just want to clarify that one key piece in the budget. Seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote. Oh, sorry, this is just for information. So we'll go on to item D.
16D, October 2021 budget variance forecast.
Councillor B. McGregor and Councillor Harrigan, can I get you put on the floor, please?
Happy to move that.
Okay, Councillor Harrigan,
Sorry, Mayor Caniff, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Oh, seconded.
All right, perfect. So now the floor is yours, Councillor B. McGregor, followed by Councillor Harrigan.
Yeah, I do just have a quick question. I know it's a bit of an update report, and it's certainly not finalized. But do we have any anticipated dates for finding out about final funding for Wheatley or COVID funding? And despite those things not being solidified yet, do we have an expectation of what that's going to look like and how it's going to impact variance? Because I know if you read over this report and looked at that projected deficit, that's a little bit troubling to look at. But there's obviously some unfinished finalization there. And what really are we expecting when we see this come back?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff, and thank you for your question. It's Gord Quinton, Chief Financial Officer, speaking again. There's significant negotiations going on with the province with respect to Wheatley. As you know, there was a verbal commitment at a press release by the province committing $2 million against municipal costs. I know it's the October variance that you have, so this is costs incurred as of October 31st. But it's likely that our total cost incurred by Wheatley, when we get our final invoices in for 2021, will be well above $5 million. So even a $2 million commitment doesn't get us there. So we will be looking, we are working with the province. There are other verbal commitments, but they haven't been solidified into final funding agreements by the province yet. I anticipate, they have their March 31st year end. That could have something to do with when we'll get funding, or if we'll get continued funding past that $2 million for Wheatley. It may have to go into the next fiscal year. So that's one of the things that we're working with them on. And so there's a lot of unknowns, but we're hopeful that at least a large majority of the cost will in the end be covered by the province. We just don't have it in writing. As for COVID, we did get significant funding in 2021 with our safe restart funds and other funds that were given to specific programs or about the municipality. So we're looking for that to have in the end a zero impact on the final variance for 2021. But we're still waiting for announcements from the province of if we have some surplus left of the safe restart funding, can we carry it forward to cover particularly our January 1st to March 31st, again along the provincial year end, of our costs with COVID, as we're experiencing costs and loss of revenues right now with arena shutdown and the like. So I know there's a lot of lobbying going on for continued COVID funding throughout 2022. But again, I think we'll have to wait for the provincial and federal budgets to come out before we'll have any sense of whether there'll be funding for starting April 1st from them. So I guess a lot of things up in the air and changing. We are confident. We are fairly confident that in the end, we will not have the deficit that we're reporting in the October variance, that the funding will come through, but at this time we can't. That cannot be verified.
Thank you.
Councillor Harrigan?
No further questions, Mayor Kenneth. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes 18-0.
We'll move on to item 17, infrastructure and engineering services.
17A, excuse me, road ratings and asset management software. We have an information report and a presentation from Brendan Faulkner, Manager of Engineering, Roads and Bridges.
Okay, is that working?
Yes, Brendan, we can see your screen.
Okay. Perfect, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Caniff and members of council. My name is Brendan Faulkner and I'm the Manager of Roads and Bridges in the Engineering Department. And tonight I'm going to give a brief overview and a demo of our road ratings and our asset management software. So start the presentation just with kind of a brief background and some history on the past road ratings, followed by a brief explanation of what PCI is, our pavement management software and the decision trees in the software. I'll then show you the software, followed by our next steps and opportunity for questions at the end of the presentation. So just a quick background, back in 2016, our roads were rated by Frugal Roadware. Those ratings were used to develop our resurfacing and maintenance lists for our annual contracts in that time period between 2016 and 2019. During this time, it was realized that there was a need for additional software due to the sheer number of lane kilometers in the Chatham-Kent road network and the complexities of it. So in 2020, an RFP was put out to kind of come up with a more in-depth solution for this. So StreetScan re-rated the roads in 2020 and all the data was imported into StreetLogic, which is the program that we use. So a combination of both data sets were used to develop our lists for the 2021 contracts, so the StreetScan and the Fugro data. And the preliminary lists are being created right now for 2022, and we're also working on future lists going forward. So just a quick background on PCI. So it's essentially a numerical rating from 0 to 100 that represents the present condition of the pavement. On the left there, you can see kind of a little graph that shows sort of where those numerical values range. So anything between 70 and 85 is good, excellent, and so on. You'll also see this chart in the software as it relates to the condition of the roads and the graphical representation of it. So this provides an objective and repeatable data-driven method to assess the condition of the road network. And the PCI is actually calculated using a vehicle equipped with 3D imaging technology that measures the type, extent, and severity of the surface defects. So the numbers are repeatable. So you could drive it multiple times with the same vehicle and get the same number. It's not subjective. One other thing I wanted to note here about the pavement condition index is that it is a representation of the condition of the road, and it does factor in rideability, but that's not always a direct correlation to the PCI. There are certain surface defects that are an indication of a poor road that may not necessarily impact the ride quality as much as other surface defects. So the pavement management system, the main goals of it are to identify immediate and long-term maintenance and rehabilitation needs. It creates a proactive approach that recommends the right treatment at the right time and on the right road segment. This is kind of a term that's used a lot in pavement management, and it's ensuring that the money is being spent not only rehabilitating roads in poor condition, but you're also balancing your available budget to ensure that money is being spent to keep good roads in good condition, so you don't need to spend the money on those rehabs. Provides a feedback for validation or improvement of current best practices, so we can kind of evaluate our process to see how it's working. And another thing to note is that it's a recognized software for road rating data that satisfies provincial requirements for asset management reporting and one-time funding opportunities. So whenever we fill out proposals for one-time funding, we have to submit the condition of our roads. So the software satisfies that and allows us to meet that requirement. So the other thing I wanted to get into before we get into the demo is the decision trees. So I have an example of a simplified decision tree. The ones we use in the program are a little more complicated, but they're kind of hard to show. So basically, the decision trees are the backbone of the pavement management software, and it recommends what maintenance and rehab you should do on which road based on some defined criteria. So this example I have here, our criteria would be asphalt, the road class. So is it a rural road, urban road? Is it an arterial, local, collector road? And then based on its PCI, it would recommend a maintenance or a rehab, and then there's an associated cost with it. So this is these are ever changing, and they improve and become more accurate with the more data that we include. So we're kind of working over the next couple of years to start including some more data points as so AADT, the annual average daily traffic. Is the road a truck route, a bus route? What was the previous rehab on the road, and how does that impact rehabilitations going forward? And we also, are looking to include some more innovative technologies in that as we kind of evaluate those going forward. So I'm going to exit the presentation here and go to the software to give you a brief demo. So this is kind of the dashboard for the program, so you can see all the roads in Chatham-Kent. So just to start off here, the average PCI for the whole road network is a 62, which falls in the fair category. So I just want to kind of give you a little demo here of how this works. So I'm going to zoom in just on a road segment here. So all the roads in Chatham-Kent are broken down into segments. So the segments are basically from intersection to intersection. And if you click on each segment, you can get a list of attributes for each one. So I kind of want to give some credit here and some thanks to our roads team and our GIS team, as well as the support team at StreetLogix. Just getting this software to this position with all the 1,800 lane kilometers of roads that we have and all the different data points, and that was quite the undertaking, and they put a lot of work into it. So for example, you have the street name. It's from Joseph to St. Clair. Its PCI is currently 35. It's suggesting a resurface with an estimated cost of $15,300. It also has some other information there. So functional class, so it's a local road. It's found in Chatham. Has a width of 6 meters and a length of 102 meters. So as you can see, obviously each road is color coded based on its PCI and kind of lines up with that chart that I showed in the presentation. To go further beyond that, we can actually see what distresses the 3D camera picked up and how the PCI is calculated. So, for example, if you look at this section of Selkirk Street here, there's lots of block cracking, which is causing its PCI to be low. Whereas you can see other roads have different surface defects that are causing that. The other thing that's nice about this too is we can see, you know, is it just, so for example, this section of Joseph Street is in pretty good shape. There's only one isolated area that has longitudinal cracking. So this gives us an opportunity to maybe use Public Works or a smaller contractor, just do some spot repairs instead of replacing the whole segment. Next thing I'm going to show you, I'm going to use some screenshots that I took earlier because there's so much data involved in this that sometimes it's a little slow. So we can basically see all of the pictures that the camera took, and these are the pictures that the software uses to evaluate the condition of the road. So for example, here's just one segment here. So what this allows is allows us to just take a look at the road and see some site-specific conditions that might be there. So is there curb? What's the condition of the curb? Is the cracking, does it look like it's along a water main trench? Is it along the edge of a curb? And then in some of the rural situations, you know, presence of farm entrances, roadside drainage, does it look like it's working? So just things like that. So it just kind of gives us a good understanding of what the road looks like before we go out to review it. So the next thing I do here is load our decision tree that we use. So just give me 1 second here. So as you can see here, the decision tree that we use is pretty complicated because it uses all the different surface types in our municipality, different functional classes and all that. So just I'm going to load it. Okay. Okay, so next thing I'm going to show you is the budget planner. So for this is kind of how we create our list. So what I'm going to do is, hold on, something's not working right. Okay, perfect. Okay, so I'm going to go into the budget planner. So I'm just going to create a 5-year plan. And in here, you have the chance to insert your annual budget. So for this demo, I'm going to use $11 million. This is basically the sum of all of our annual contracts from last year. You can even go in and, you know, if you wanted to slowly start to increase your budgets over years, you can, you know, increase it year by year. But for this, for these purposes, I'm just going to leave it at 11 million. And once you hit execute, the software is going to kind of run through those decision trees and is going to develop a list that will be represented on the map here. So as you can see, for example, year 1 is red, year 2 green, and you can see on the map kind of which roads it's recommending to complete in which years. We also have this table in the top left corner. So it shows year 1, we're looking to rehab 42 kilometers of road for 10.9 million, and it will show an average condition index of dropping of 2.7. So this is kind of the starting point that we use to develop our list. So just kind of going to go through an example of kind of what we do with this data and how we kind of refine it to create our contract. So I'm going to zoom in on this street here. You can see that it is basically recommending that we resurface all of these roads in the next 5 years. However, it is recommending that we do them in different years, which isn't feasible for various reasons. So what we would do typically is go out and review kind of this whole section and determine when's a good time to do it. So instead of piecemealing it together, we would kind of go in, do all of Stewart Street, and we would also pick up all the cul-de-sacs. Because if we didn't do them now, it wouldn't make much sense to go back after and just do a small cul-de-sac. So for example, we could go through and let's just say we decided we wanted to do all this section year 2. We can click on the segment here and actually go in and change our year to year 2, and you'll see the table on the left update. So it will take that out, adjust the budgets and the total kilometers completed, and show you here. So I'll just quickly show you. So we could go in, you can see how it's impacting all the years as I move the road from the previous years into year 2. So this is just kind of, again, our staff will sort of keep track of, what they've moved to year 2 and know that, they're going to need to move some stuff out of year 2 in other areas. So just kind of a balancing act. The software gives us an excellent starting point, but, we still do need to make sure that our list makes sense. One of the other reasons too is that this helps with the cost that we get to redo the road. So, the less mobilization, traffic control that the contractor has to do, the better prices that we'll get for larger quantities of asphalt. Another thing I wanted to show is how we select some of our roads for innovative road resurfacing contracts. So, for example, we know that cold in place recycling is a little more expensive up front, but when it's put on high traffic roads, especially with heavy truck traffic and farm use equipment, it reduces the future life cycle costs and to require the road. So, for example, a road that would actually fit this is Pincord Line over here. Sorry, it's just acting a little slow here. So, for example, if we click on this, it's recommending a rehab in year 4. It's recommending a resurface for $580,000. So this is a candidate where we would, as long as the road base supported it, we would actually switch this to cold in place. So cold in place is a little more. Instead of 580,000, we'd be looking more at 800,000. So as you can see, once I change that, you'll see the impact to year 4 that we've gone up. So again, this is something where now, we need to balance what we're doing in other areas in year 4 to balance that out. Another innovative technology that we've been encouraged by that we used last year is hot in place recycling. So I'm going to go over to this section of Ebert's line here. And this is actually an excellent candidate for cold in place recycling. So, not cold in place, hot in place recycling, which is approximately 40% cheaper than a standard resurface and still gives a similar life cycle to the road. So instead of spending $455,000 on this road segment, we would actually be spending more like $275,000. And then again, as you save this, you'll see how it changes the 5-year plan and the impacts to year 3. So now we're doing more kilometers for less money in year 3. So this is just an example of some of the work that our roads team does to adjust and fine tune the list to ensure that we're spending the money in the best and most efficient way possible. So once these preliminary lists have been created, they're circulated to public works supervisors, as they're the ones that also drive the roads, and just to get their input to see if they recommend shuffling any segments around or adding more to the list. We also circulate the list to other staff in engineering, drainage, and the PUC to ensure that we're not going to resurface a road before another department moves in to repair infrastructure and dig up the road. The last quick thing I want to show you is a budget estimator. So in the budget planner, we put in our annual budget and we got the PCI impact. We can also go in and specify, so if we wanted to, over the next 5 years, raise our target PCI to 65, it will tell us basically how much money we should be spending each year to achieve that PCI increase. The only thing I wanted to kind of forewarn you is that this information kind of will get better the more info we add. Our degradation curve, so essentially how our roads are deteriorating in Chatham-Kent, are not as accurate yet because we need another round of PCI ratings. And then the other thing too, the software likes to recommend spending a lot of money up front. So it's recommending 23 million in the first year, and then a lot of maintenance over the next 5 years to maintain a good overall network PCI. So this is something that we would have to go in. Obviously, this isn't feasible, even just due to contractor availability. We couldn't put a contract out for 23 million to resurface all those roads. So we'd have to go in and make this a little more realistic and maybe slowly ramp up our funding. But it just gives you an idea of kind of where we are right now and what we would need to invest in the roads every year to increase the PCI. So just finish up here just with some next steps here. So first thing is to re-rate the roads in 2024 to further refine our data. So the more data that is inputted and updated, the more variables and attributes we can include in our decision trees, and the better and more accurate the program becomes. A key component to re-rating the roads is to create our degradation curve so we can understand how our roads are degrading over time for various rehab and maintenance strategies and how this affects our PCI. It can also help us understand which roads in the municipality are performing above or below expectation, so we can refine our rehab and maintenance strategies and and take a closer look as to how our roads are reacting. We'll continually review, monitor, compare, and compare conventional and innovative methods to validate their cost effectiveness and how they perform in Chatham-Kent's environment. So this allows us to validate the claims that various suppliers and contractors make to see how these technologies perform in Chatham-Kent's environment instead of relying on lab data and projections and sales pitches. So if we're being told that we're getting an extra 5 years on our cold in place roads, we can actually confirm that or validate it or see that it's not performing properly and move away from that. So continue to develop and refine our pavement management best practices that are specific to Chatham-Kent. And that's kind of what we're trying to do here is come up with a pavement management best practices that are specific to Chatham-Kent, Chatham-Kent's environments, Chatham-Kent's budget restraints and other variables instead of in another area in Canada. So, and again, just ensuring that we are maximizing the value of our life cycle budgets by proactively applying the right treatment at the right time on the right road. So, we're developing a better understanding of how all these factors and issues affect our road network and how we need to prioritize and efficiently manage our various contracts to ensure that we're realizing the full life cycle and initial investments in our roads and make sure that we are applying the proper preventative maintenance where needed to get the full life cycle of our roads. So that's that. I guess now I'll leave it open to any questions that anyone might have.
Councillor C. McGregor, followed by Councillor Latimer.
Thank you, Brendan, and through the mayor. So I'm going to keep my camera off. My connection, I don't know if it was Brendan's connection or mine, but I think it might be my connection is not very good right at the moment. Brendan, thank you very much for the report. Quite interesting, and it's good that we can access this information moving forward, especially for budget purposes and stuff. I see that in the report, though, you are sharing a preliminary list for the 22 to 24 resurfacing contracts for rural and urban areas, and you're sharing them with Public Works, Drainage, and Engineering staff for the review. Could I ask, please, that this also be shared with Council? And if for some reason that's not possible, I am, with the Mayor's blessing, I'm happy to make a motion if that's what's needed. But I think it would be good for Council to see and understand these preliminary lists also. And maybe by the time we get to 2024, it'll be a lot easier. But so that's my question. Can we, as Council, please receive this preliminary list?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Yes, so at this time, we are still working through, as it was outlined in the report, we're kind of at that stage right now where we're kind of trying to finalize our 2022 contracts and what we want to get done there. And at the same time, while we're reviewing those, we're keeping in mind what what we want to plan for in 23, 24, and 25. So so right now we just circulated them to Public Works. So once we get their feedback, we'll kind of adjust our stuff. And then we're going to go to our next step, kind of circulating, to the other departments. So engineering, drainage, PUC mainly. And then once that is done, we can look to sharing that list.
So why do we have to wait until these departments see it before? Is that not, can we not see through the process as you're going through this? I think it'd be good for Council to understand how these lists are formed and how the decisions are made. I think it would help us understand what's going on across the municipality, that, maybe just, a lot of comments that come from our roads, and we all get them in every one of our communities about the shape of our roads and different stuff, but it would be really good and a good educational piece for us to be able to understand this in the preliminary list that you're working with.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Caniff. I think, right now we're just trying to make sure that, the list that we put out is as accurate as possible. So, especially checking with, the infrastructure team to see, if they're going to be replacing the water main or the sewers on a road, we want to make sure that, we're not putting out information that's a little, that's not, we want to make sure that we're, working together so that we don't, resurface a road and that gets dug up, right? So right now, those lists are out, and we can, once we kind of fine tune them a bit, we can, share them with you and, add some provisions and.
So
and,
in other words, Brendan, no, not until you fine tune it. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I just think, we want to try to make sure that, what we put out there is as accurate as possible, and that, it's something that we can follow. And I think, we will be in that position in the coming months. So I think we'll be in a position to share that list.
Well, okay. Well, I'd still like to see it. So I don't know, Mayor Caniff, if you'll allow me to put a motion on the floor or not, but I would still like to see it as they're going through the process.
You can put a motion forward. Just I think what they're saying is that you put it out there and it's gospel, and I just know that that's the issue.
I'm not asking it to go to the public. I'm asking it to go out to council.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead, and if you want to do a motion related to this.
Thank you. I'd just like to ask that the preliminary list that's currently being shared with Public Works and who is it? Public Works, Engineering, and etc., that it be also shared with council.
Seconder.
At this time.
Councillor Hall. You second this?
Second.
All right.
Happy to second.
Any questions related to this motion? Councillor Latimer, do you have a question related to this motion, or is that for?
Actually, yes, I do. I wondered if maybe along with that list, could we have a matrix or whatever our public works and our other departments that are going to be putting in input, what they look at, so that we know. I think that's what Councillor McGregor is trying to say, is that all of that information helps us answer our constituents' questions as to why haven't you done anything about this road and where are you at with it, right? So I think that's what Councillor McGregor is asking for. That's what I was going to ask. It was one of my questions anyway. If I could have that matrix that Public Works uses, or that infrastructure, or that the PUC uses. That's my comment and question.
Okay. Mr. Kelly, did you want to answer that?
Recording stopped.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Recording in progress.
Sorry, I'm getting some recording messages. My concern would be, we're always happy to share the information. My concern would be, what do we do with the feedback that comes back from council? So our previous process is that we do our very best to put our best recommendation on the table, and then we bring that to a council meeting for open debate. And if we now send that out to council only beforehand, and we get feedback from different members of council that we've got it wrong, my question is, what do we do with that data? Or council says, well, this road should be moved up, and so on. That's my concern, is that should we not have that debate in open session? And maybe as an alternative, what we could do is put the list out sooner. Say, for example, if we target April 1, we'll put that out in the public domain to give council sufficient time to look it over and talk to their constituents and so on. And rather than voting on it within 4 days, we would vote on it maybe in 2 weeks. So that's my concern. It's just a process concern, is that if we get feedback like that, are we supposed to change our ratings as a result? Or is my suggestion maybe a good alternative that we'll put it out to council, give them more than just the typical 4 or 5 days to review it. They'll get 2.5 weeks to review it, and then have that discussion in open council. Thanks.
Any other questions before we vote on this? Don't see any others. Don, do you have any comments?
Sorry, Your Worship, I was having difficulty getting off mute. Yeah, I just wanted to thought, council is entitled to all the information that we can present to you. There's not a reluctance to share the information. What I do want to guard against, though, is that the other information that we're getting is another set of data points like that. You've seen how sophisticated the software is. It's really impressive. I'm really happy that Brendan took the time to share with us today, but it's not the only tool that's going to be used to determine the recommendations to council. Public Works might be in a position where they're driving the roads. They might have another set of inputs. The other piece that they're going to have to look at is you might have a cluster of different roads that you're going to want to batch together because it's going to make it more efficient. Even though, you know, something near Councillor Latimer's house might be in worse shape than something near Councillor Hall's, but it might make sense more efficiently to do it all together. So just an example, but there are other considerations. Council needs all the information. We can all share it with you, but I'd hate to see, as Thomas described, a debate that starts to go on over each piece of the data set. You really do need to see the entire piece together. And that's the only reluctance I'd have in not sharing the information all at once, on every stage, because it's only part of the information that's going to shape the recommendation. So council's prerogative, but I think it puts you in a more difficult position to try and answer some of those questions if you're only using the one data point. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, seeing no other.
Can I have just one comment, Councillor or Mayor Caniff? Sorry, and just to follow up to that. And I agree with Thomas about having an open public debate. And I would like to see the data now and then see that report come in April. So I agree with what he's saying, but I also think that it would be good for us to see this and see this through this process, even if it's only for an educational piece in helping us make our decisions where our roads and our infrastructure comes to our urban and rural roads. Thank you.
All right, seeing no other questions, we'll put this to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes 13-5.
Councillor Latimer, you had a question?
I did. Thank you to the mayor. Brendan, thank you very much for your presentation. You know very well, I've been waiting eagerly for you to demonstrate this software to all of us. And I think it is a wonderful tool. I did have a question as to when you are going to be able to add those different data points like rideability and amount of traffic on the road, because I feel that it does truly make a difference with regard to how the rating happens.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Yeah, as I kind of started off at the beginning there, getting all of this data into the form that it's in now was quite the undertaking. Just based on the way that the ratings were completed and the way that our road network was stored in our own GIS, kind of created enough troubles as it was just to even get all the information to line up. So now that we've got into a good position with that and have a good working relationship with this software company, we are working to start adding more information in. So AADT is definitely one that we're looking to add, and getting the rehab history. We have our rehab histories, but again, it's in an older software. So again, trying to get that information to line up and just the quality control for 1,800 lane kilometers of road, it's a difficult thing. So that is what we're looking to do next, and then that along with another set of PCI ratings, so that we can then start seeing how these decisions we're making is impacting the road network.
So what's the timeline on putting those extra data points in next year that would make a difference? Are you expecting to do that PCI rating again over this year and have it ready to put in for next year's budget?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. No, the PCI rating we would be looking to do more in either 2024 or 2025, so that there's some time in between. But adding the AADT and the rehab history, that's something that we're looking at continually. So I would say over the next year or so.
Perfect. So and that's the rideability is one that you're going to put in over the next year.
Rideability is part of the PCI, but there isn't an IRI, International Roughness Index, I believe, but it doesn't work very well. From our past experience, it doesn't work very well in local areas due to just number of manholes and water valves in the road. So we found that it didn't really correlate with the condition of the road much at all. So, but rideability is incorporated in PCI. It's just there are some examples where some roads might ride rougher than others, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they are in worse shape.
Well,
Structurally.
rideability is a major a point of contention with the constituents, and again, what they pay for, right? So we've talked about this before, but could you give me another example of another innovative technology that you want to add in besides your the rideability and the ADT and your history?
Another thing we've seen some other decision trees would be like truck routes and heavy truck traffic. So just treating some of those roads differently, bus routes. So one thing that we have been trying over the last couple of years is the fiber reinforced asphalt. So especially when we get the ratings back in the next couple of years, that's something that we'll want to be seeing, like how that has been performing, right? So. And then another thing would be like the emergency detour routes, right? So the 401 detour routes, treating those differently. So just information again, where a lot of work went into getting it to this point, and it's a living thing. And the more information we feed it, the better the recommendations will be, and the kind of the more confidence we'll have going forward.
Yeah, I agree with you. It is a living piece of software. So good job again. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other questions, we'll move on to item 17B.
17B, 2022 capital budget.
Councillor Harrigan and Councillor Sakachi, can I get you to put this on the floor, please?
Happy to move these recommendations, Mayor Caniff, and then I have questions.
Happy to second it, Mayor Caniff.
Okay, Councillor Harrigan and Councillor Sakachi, in that order. So Councillor Harrigan, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you. I have a couple of questions on a few of the individual lines that are recommended for the current year, and then a broader discussion about sidewalks. So first, through the mayor, to either Chris or to Thomas, regarding the funded item for the Phase 1 Talbot Trail Coatsworth to Stevenson detour, can you explain what residents can expect to see completed in 2022?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. This is Chris Teber here, Director of Engineering. So engineering is going to be pushing to ensure that the Talbot Trail EA is completed for the first half of this year. Once we complete it, it'll identify the preferred route for the new Talbot Trail and what the municipality should basically build towards for the new detour route around the current closure. So for example, both second concession and third concession are being considered as options to relocate Talbot Trail. Once determined and the final recommendations identified through the EA process, then the goal will be to focus the detour upgrades on that preferred route so that we're not wasting money. Once the EA is completed, engineering will be moving forward with the required detailed design, land purchases, and construction of the detour route in a very timely manner, knowing the priority of this project. In the capital plan, $2 million is identified, followed by an additional $5 million from the Canada Community Building Fund, which is a former gas tax, which is $5 million through a separate report tonight.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to add, if I could, that you could see in this budget, we're making a big push to solve the problem along Talbot Trail. We have not given up on provincial funding for that. I believe myself, and my colleagues, as well as the mayor, have presented probably 4 or 5 times to senior levels of government requesting support. And we're going to continue to do that. So we've allocated this money here in the event we don't get the support from the province, but we're not giving up on that. That's a key piece of infrastructure. As I think everyone knows, it was a former provincial highway as well. So thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Kelly. It's also really tough to see some of the announcements for funding on Highway 3 in Essex County and how that's being funded for expansion, while kind of former Highway 3 or Talbot Trail in the Chatham-Kent area is, under such significant need. The next question I have is around the implementation of projects identified in the Tilbury Stormwater Master Plan. I also believe, through the mayor, to Thomas and Mr. McFadden, can you explain what residents can expect to see completed in 2022 under this line item?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Mark McFadden here, Manager of Infrastructure Services. So we have initiated the first two priority projects for the Tilbury Stormwater Master Plan. The first one being the Tilbury South Drain, which is the Laurentia Drive cutoff drain that will be located just south of Laurentia Drive. So this project was initiated. It's a Drainage Act process. So it was initiated in the fall of 2020, and they are currently wrapping up the design. So the Drainage Board meets every other month, from my understanding, and the hope is that it will be brought to the Drainage Board in March, with the intention of completing the work this year still. The second project, also in the 1 to 5 year timing, was the Rosalie Robert Drain Extension that is just north of the Homestead Drive subdivision. So that project is also a Drainage Act process, and it was initiated in November of 2021, and it was awarded to a consultant at the November Drainage Board, and they will be starting with the design. We should be seeing invitations coming out hopefully in the near future for the first public meeting, whether that is an in-person meeting or a online meeting will be determined based on COVID restrictions. So then following that meeting, they would begin the design, and hopefully some component of that work can start toward the fall of this year. Otherwise, it may be in the spring of the following year. They're really limited by their windows of work that they can do in the municipal drains.
Great, thank you. And again, I'd really encourage staff to connect local councillors into when those information sessions are happening so that we can also encourage members of the community to participate. Thanks, Mark. The next item I have is on the 48 municipal locations, fire halls, arenas, libraries, garages with internet connectivity. My question through the mayor, I believe, to Catherine Fitzgerald is this going to provide internet connectivity for staff use only? And is there an opportunity for patron Wi-Fi uses in public areas now or in the future?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. So the capital budget item is to provide internet access for up to 48 municipal locations. So these are fire halls, arenas, libraries, garages, water treatment plants, and so on, where we have municipal employees working with very nominal internet access, which is impacting their ability to work from those locations. And so this budget request is about staff being able to efficiently and effectively perform their job with the requirements of today that have only become more technology dependent with COVID, with the requirements for video conferencing, online training, and those kinds of things. The expectation is for most employees to have access to reasonable internet to be able to do their jobs. So this budget request is to provide internet access up to 48 municipal locations. We would prioritize the locations based on the number of people working there, the types of technology requirements for that business unit, etc., and negotiate with our internet service providers to try and stretch that dollar as much as we can to as many locations as possible. It is not for public Wi-Fi coverage, unfortunately. It will get us internet to some of those locations. However, public Wi-Fi is an additional cost separate from this budget brief. And for reference, for a typical arena, which is where we often get requests for public Wi-Fi, it's about $10,000 capital to put around a mid-level performance Wi-Fi in an arena, and $6,000 to $8,000 annually to sustain that Wi-Fi to an acceptable level for the public.
Great, thank you. And then finally, my last series of questions are around sidewalk allocation. So once again, This year, we don't see any new sidewalks allocated in the current capital budget. And so this is something that we heard some deputations on. Certainly, I was with the Wheatley Recreation Group who were really disappointed to see that there were no sidewalks. I know other young families also often will reach out about adding sidewalks when their children are walking to schools or parks. And I'm just wondering, in terms of the sidewalk policy, if you can share what the current state of developing the new sidewalk policy is, and if there's an opportunity for us to take a look at sidewalks mid-year once there is a creation of the policy.
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. Chris Tiber again here. So with regards to sidewalks, yes, administration is not recommending any new funds towards sidewalks again this year. And therefore, it will require direction from council tonight to add it back into the capital plan if that is council's desire. Adding this 300 back in will require 300,000 if that is the amount selected coming off another project being recommended. The reason why administration didn't recommend the new sidewalk for funds this year is due to reserving capital funds for other higher priority projects and to allow administration, engineering specifically, to complete the new sidewalk policy, which has not yet been completed. Unfortunately, we weren't able to complete this new updated policy this year as per council's previous direction, but we did flag this as a very high priority to complete this year and bring forward to council as soon as possible.
And if I could add, Mr. Mayor, it's Thomas Kelly again. The option could exist once we finish the policy, it's approved by council. We could use another fund, like the strategic fund, to move forward with sidewalks, or council can make that determination tonight to allocate some funds toward sidewalks in the future for 2022. But as Chris mentions, it would we would have to take a reduction in another project. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I very much appreciate the suggestion to allow us to decide and debate what the new sidewalk policy will be and then have the discussion as a council at that point. I also think, given Mr. Kelly's comments around potential provincial funding for some of the important elements in the capital budget following the creation of the sidewalk policy, then I would also look for a report on kind of a current state and if there is any funding within the capital budget that was able to be funded elsewhere that we may be able to leverage. So happy to hear that the sidewalk policy is a priority. I would love to see it come to us by the spring if I could suggest a timeline, but I understand that the engineering department is incredibly busy these days with all of the competing priorities. So thank you. Those are all my questions for the capital budget for tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Harrigan. We can commit to that. We just picked up a new resource just today, so I'm quite happy that he'll get it done.
Yes, along that line, thank you, Mr. Kelly. I just want to welcome Chris Tiber back after he's been off for a while. He sustained an injury in Wheatley, and he's back today. We want to welcome him. Thankful that he's back, and we're putting him to work first day back, putting him through the ringers in the council meeting. So, Chris, welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm happy to be back.
And we'll go on to Councillor Sakachi, followed by Councillor Oche. So be gentle with Chris, will you please, on his first day back.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff, and welcome back, Mr. Tiber. It's definitely a refreshing to have you back, and we're thankful for your commitment to the municipality. My questions have mostly been answered, coming from the same questions, kind of along the lines of Councillor Harrigan in regards to the Talbot Trail aspect. So I'm going to keep it very minimized. So Mr. Tiber, so I guess just to put it very, very frankly, the Talbot Trail as we know it with this funding is essentially kind of, it's no longer going to be what we known it as longtime residents to this area. Is that a correct assumption?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. So yes, the Talbot Trail EA is obviously in the midst right now. There's going to be another public meeting coming out shortly, and we're hoping to wrap it up in the first half of this year. And ultimately, it is recommending, following in line with the Lake Erie Shoreline Study, the retreat model. And the retreat model meaning that Talbot Trail, we're pushing Talbot Trail away to a new home, to a new location somewhere further to the north. And that exact location is still being determined. through the EA process, and is factoring in and everything with regards to the social economical aspects and the endangered species, et cetera. So the current alignment of Talbot Trail will remain and will continue to serve that current alignment for as long as there is houses and properties down there, and we'll make sure to design accordingly to ensure that there's adequate connection down there. But the goal is to have a new arterial road that is Talbot Trail to the north in the future as funding permits.
Thank you, Mr. Tieber. And I know the answer to this question, but I just want to ask it publicly. Just in a yes or no answer is perfectly fine. Essentially, all the monies that's being allocated to this project, this is technically going to be our permanent fix. This is not a temporary fix that we're just kind of throwing money at. This is going to be our long-term solution, so the residents can be reassured that this money is being utilized appropriately.
Are you referring to the money that we're recommending tonight during council?
Correct. Yes.
Yes, that's correct. So again, that's why we want to wait for the EA to be completed so that we know the detour route and basically how we can design a detour route that's not wasted money in the future.
Thank you. And I know the answer to this question as well, and I did let the residents know, but there was a couple questions I had come in regards to number 2 highway and the Let's Talk CK project that we were speaking of. Just to ensure that I'm correct, all the money that's been required for that project has already been allocated in a past budget. That's why we're not seeing anything here, because those monies are already identified for the project and we no longer need any more funds. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, there's going to be an information report, or actually a recommendation report to council in the next couple months so that we could obtain direction from council about how to proceed with that project following the outcome of the PIC that just concluded a couple months ago.
Perfect. And then my last, not to put Mayor Caniff on the spot, but my last question was going to be directed to Mayor Caniff. Mayor Caniff, I'm just curious to see, I haven't heard much of our provincial representation advocating for funds for the number 3 highway. Are you aware of any funds that, any kind of champion for funds to number 3 highway locally? Because I haven't heard of much, and I just wanted to see, I know that we're working on this diligently from a municipal standpoint, but as our local provincial, have you heard much advocation on our behalf?
Well, certainly, as Thomas pointed out earlier, we've told anybody and everybody. We told every minister that we could tell, we could let them know, and we just said we need your help. It's not even an option. We said the province, we need it. As we look at the total solution, it's well over 100 million, and there's just no way we have that money. So we've told them our current MPP was advocating for it. We've also brought Monty McNaughton in as he touches Chatham-Kent and with his riding, and asking him for his assistance. But with every time we have a chance to get in front of the ministers, we're bringing that up, and certainly it's going to be hitting the point when we have our EA, and that's when we say this is the solution. That's really when the rubber hits the road, no pun intended, that we're going to be going and saying, listen, this is the permanent solution. Let's work something out from a provincial perspective of what the funding is going to be.
Perfect, because like you said it perfectly, there's no way that the municipality can sustain $124 million. It's just not possible.
There's absolutely no way. So the province has to step in. Otherwise, we might be putting a bow on it and giving it back to the province.
I would say that would be a great idea, making a motion to say, hey, you can have your beautiful road back, the scenic view. Thanks, Mayor Caniff. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Oche, followed by Councillor Solomon.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Chris Tiber. Again, welcome back, Chris. I'm also on this EA for the Talbot Trail. So do you believe we'll have a shovel in the ground this year?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff, and thank you for the welcome wishes. So the goal, likely not this year. The reason being is that by the time we wrap up the EA, we complete the process and approved by council the final location for Talbot Trail. We have to proceed with not only detailed design of the road upgrades and the detour route for this project, but also the land purchases. And land purchases, even though they're going to get solidified through the EA process to make things a lot easier for us, they still can take a little bit of time to actually obtain the land required to construct this new road. And there is some widenings required and some connections that are going to be required at the intersections of Coatsworth and number 2 and Stevenson and number 2 or number 3, et cetera. So it's because of those factors. I can't commit to anything this year for sure, but based on how things have been progressing and completing this EA in the first half, I'm hopeful to have the shovel in the ground as early as next year. Early next year.
Okay. And when do you expect the EA to be finished?
So we have one more public information center in accordance with the municipal class EA process, just to kind of wrap up the project and present the final outcome of the recommendation, the preferred option to the public. Because right now the last PIC that just concluded was kind of still taking that information back and in from the public. So the goal is to have that in the spring, and then it's really only a matter of a month or shortly after to have that 30-day window kind of close after that last PIC and the report's been finalized, and we'll be presenting to council. So I'm hopeful and optimistic, like I said, but before the first half of 2022.
Okay. I know there's going to be a lot of people not happy with that, but because I did think we had told them originally that we thought we would be working on it this year, as far as actually putting the shovel in the ground. But what happens, because I see that the total gross is $225 million we expect. If we do not get that from the provincial government, does the Talbot Trail stay where it is other than this detour?
So I'll start on that, and maybe someone can finish. So the 225 that's identified in the capital plan is actually a lump of all of the Lake Erie shoreline projects together. So it's not just simply Talbot Trail. It's also Rose Beach Line. It's also Erie Shore Drive. It's Erie Beach, exactly. So everything that kind of the Lake Erie shoreline study concluded on and working towards the goal of relocation and retreat for all those individual projects. So the Talbot Trail is just an element of that project, an element of that funding. And of course, that's why, because it's such a high dollar value, we can continue to lobby and try to get that support from other levels of government for funding.
Yeah, but what does happen if we don't get it?
Then for me starting to answer it, we will continue to seek support and slowly grow it through the capital plan process as funding and as budget permits, and continue to look for creative, innovative ways to accomplish these projects and try to bring that dollar value down, working with other levels of government or other community groups or agencies, et cetera. So, but it's ultimately utilizing this capital plan process to fund it over a period of time.
All right, thank you for that, Chris. And to Thomas, you mentioned that you'd prefer us to wait on the sidewalk report, and this is actually, this area that was talked about tonight is the area that I've been talking about for 7 years, trying to get a sidewalk down that side of Talbot Trail. But besides that, what did I not hear you say we could take that out of strategic reserves when you bring that to council, if that's what we would like to do?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm just saying that we always have options. Certainly, we have certain reserves. Strategic is one of them. We could look at others. As was mentioned, we're certainly hopeful we're going to get some additional funding from the province. So our intent would be, as you may recall, we presented a new sidewalk policy to council. Council asked us to make some tweaks to it, and we haven't been able to do that. Mainly a shortage of staff, one in particular, right, but also just the Wheatley emergency has really taken a lot of our resources. So we will get that done this spring. We will bring that back to council. And I guess I'm suggesting that I believe we will have options to fund that in other ways. later in the year. So our goal would be at this time is to bring that back as soon as possible to council, and then council can debate if they wish to move forward with some sidewalk creation and where the funding would come from. Thank you.
Yeah, and that's everything I have, Your Worship. Thank you.
Councillor Solomon, did you have a question or did you retract your hand?
Your Worship, no need to repeat what's already been said. I have no further questions.
All right. With that, seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in and motion passes 16-2. Moving on to 17C, 2021 One-Time Canada Community Building Fund, CCBF allocation.
Yeah, Councillor Harrigan, or sorry, Councillor Harrigan and Councillor B. McGregor, can you put this on the floor, please?
Yes, happy to move the recommendations.
Happy to second it.
Okay, Councillor Harrigan, you had a question?
Yes, thank you. I'm just triple checking my notes that this is also the funding that is going to be allocated for the Wheatley Arboretum Trail.
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. Yes, that is correct. This the 120,000 recommended under this report is going towards the Wheatley Arboretum Trail. Sorry, I can't pronounce that.
Arboretum
No, that's
Trail.
okay. Sorry.
Chris.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
and
you.
that's exactly right. So this is a trail that we're proposing right behind the Wheatley Arena. It will extend out to Erie Street North. As well, we're also proposing a second trail, the Queso Trail, which will complete the Queso Trail right out really to the extent of Chatham-Kent and provide a very nice ride. It also gives an option for users to even ride into Clearville Park potentially, or out to Bothwell. So it's just and the other thing that really drove us to these decisions is we looked at many options. I reviewed them with EMT. There was a number of restrictions in the funding that we couldn't use it for all of the different projects we looked at, but trails have seen such a huge increase within Chatham-Kent with COVID. And this is why it really drove us to both of those recommendations, is to provide additional recreation for our residents. And also it certainly meets council's priorities for health and wellness too. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And just a few quick comments. We did hear some deputations in support of both of the trails that were being proposed tonight. And I think this report really demonstrates the importance of balancing, what we have to do and what we have to respond to, some of that core infrastructure, with also the importance of responding to the growing and changing needs of our community. We're starting to hear very loudly, very clearly that Chatham-Kent needs to be a healthier, more active place to be. And as we're growing, I just really want to commend the infrastructure and engineering team for making these recommendations. And also personally, in my experience speaking with members of the Wheatley community, there's been a lot of shout out about this trail and excitement of building community spaces outside of the downtown core area in Wheatley, and the arena is another one of those community spaces and places. So this gives various groups, the Horticultural Society, the Recreation Committee, something to focus on and develop as we work through a really difficult time in that community. So really commend staff and I'm really excited to see these recommendations on the floor tonight. That's all from me, Mayor Kenneth.
Seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes 17-1.
We'll move on to item 19, community development.
19E, Ontario Heritage Act Amendment to Designation Bylaw 83-35, Ridge House Museum, 53 Erie Street South, Community of Ridgetown.
Councillor Wright and Councillor Pinsino, can I get you to put this on the floor, please?
I'd like to move that, Mayor Caniff, and I'll talk on it after. Thank you.
I'll second it.
Okay, Councillor Wright, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. This is one article that I'm on both of these committees, the Ridge House and the Heritage Committee. This has been going on for 3 years up there over this debate, whether we should have the pump and we should have the fence. And the money we put in the budget 3 years ago, and then the Heritage Committee has come in and said, no, you got to leave it original. And last year there,
Councillor Wright, you might have hit your mute button. We can't hear you anymore.
is it working now?
There, yep.
Okay, so last year there, the Horticultural Society went into the museum and cleaned up the yard, and they wanted to take it over here. Now this museum used to be run by volunteers. The volunteer groups want to get back involved. I've got some that wants to do some of the work around there on the repairs and leave the fence and paint it and paint the porch and clean the yard up. There's a real problem here between the Ridge House staff and the committee and staff overall and the Heritage Committee. What's right, what's wrong, and do we leave everything original 100%, not change the windows out to new windows and change the character of it? The proposal that I'd like to see voted on, if we could do it, would be number one, that the procedures adopt 1, 2, and 3 to leave it the way it is and try to leave it as a heritage status building. This is like I say, this has been going on for 3 years. Whether we remove the fence, we remove the pump, we change the windows. Well, the pump's now been removed because it was hacked as a safety item. But a lot of the work that's not getting done around there could be done by volunteers if staff would let them move ahead and do it, because our volunteer groups, they have insurance and all that when they go in and do stuff, and all they're looking at is just their cost to do some of these repairs. It's not it's one of these items that staff is not doing the work because the Heritage Committee's going against it, and the museum isn't agreeing. We got 3 different groups here not agreeing, and it needs to move forward and maybe get some volunteers back involved and see what we could do. So I'd like to make a motion that we could vote on number 1, 2, and 3 if that's possible, Mayor Caniff.
Mr. Mayor, that is the motion that Councillor Wright and Councillor Pinsino just put forward, and it's on the screen now.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out. Okay, so you're just saying the 1, 2, and 3 that's on the screen. Let's vote on that. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. All right, Councillor Pinsino.
There, sorry about that. I couldn't get it off mute. Yeah, as John said, volunteers been basically the backbone of this place for years, and honestly, we do have to get them involved. They, it's their community. They want it to look good. And not only that, we want to keep it somewhat its original state, the heritage look. And, but I totally agree with them. We need to get the volunteers back in. I don't know how we're going to get staff and the volunteers working on the same page, but we do need to do that. Thank you.
Councillor Kirkwood-White.
Thank you, Your Worship. So just for clarification, if we adopt the recommendation as it appears on the screen, what will happen is that the 3 elements in number 2 will essentially be removed from the description of the heritage attributes, but that doesn't mean that we still can't have a picket fence and a well pump and windows that could be wooden windows as opposed to vinyl windows, correct? If we have volunteers involved.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. It's Ryan Jocks, Director of Planning Services. That's correct, Councillor. The municipality owns the property. Ultimately, the assets that are there and how they are managed and maintained is the purview of council, regardless of whether or not the property is even designated under the Heritage Act or if those specific features are listed in the bylaw. If the bylaw was passed with recommendations 1 and 3 only, in the future, should a recommendation to change the window in the office addition or alter the fence in any way or remove it were to be recommended, the only real difference if they're in is that the Heritage Committee would also be consulted prior to it coming to council. But in any case, they could remain. So you're correct. Thank you.
Okay, good. Because I think that that was a concern of some of the people. I know that some people wanted the attributes to remain as part of the description, but if we can still have a picket fence and a well pump and new windows in the office addition that might not need to be vinyl windows, then we should be able to proceed.
Okay, Councillor Sakachi, please.
Just quick
followed by Councillor Bondi.
Just quick clarification, Mayor Caniff, through you, your worship. So if I'm reading this right, Mr. Jakes, it's basically stating that if we pass this, then the amendment will be removing the description of the heritage attributes to the 3 following. Is that kind of not what Councillor Wright had indicated that he would not like to see happen? Or am I just misunderstanding that?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I can't speak for Councillor Wright. That would not be appropriate.
Sorry. I guess I'll clarify my question. And Councillor Wright had indicated that he would like to see some of these attributes remain. So by supporting number 2, would that basically not give the ability to remove those aspects that he indicated that he would like to see remain? Is that better framing of the question?
Yes, thank you. If the 3 elements identified in item 2 remain in the heritage designation bylaw, if they are altered in the future or proposed to be altered in the future, council is obligated to receive advice from its heritage committee prior to that alteration occurring. If they're removed, staff, building maintenance staff in consultation with museum staff could alter the fence and could alter the window in the 1975 edition without the Heritage Committee involvement or council's involvement, as it would manage other municipal assets, particularly buildings. I do need to clarify the well pump. It was somewhat of a contentious item, and I've not provided this information to council through the staff report. However, what was in place where the well pump existed was not actually a well pump, and it has since been removed from the property. What was in place was a wooden replica of a well, but it was not like a well casing and an iron well. It was a wooden replica. So in any case, the well pump replica is no longer at the property. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Just one quick question to Councillor Wright, if I may ask him a direct question, Mayor Caniff.
Yeah, go ahead if you need to clarify.
Just to clarify, Councillor Wright, so you were stating, since you're on these boards, that you would not like to see them basically modified unless it came back to council. So would you be in support of doing 1, 2, and 3 separately? Is that something that I understood? I just want to make sure that we get this right. That's all.
Through you, Mayor. We could do it 1, 2, or 3 if it has to be done that way. I don't see what's any difference, but the fence has been a real debate, whether it had the fence, didn't have the fence. There was a fence there in a period. The fence was removed in the 70s, put back in 75. Don't know how far the fence goes back. The well was the same deal. It was put in there as just a mock well. The three elements that's been listed there, they're not with the original for sure, but the fence adds character, and so did the well. But it's a debatable. We even went back in the archives and looked and tried to look today.
Fair enough, Mayor Kenneth. I guess I'll just
leave it as it back in the 1900s. Couldn't nothing. No.
Okay. Yeah, I think so. We'll keep them when you're voting. It'll be 1, 2, and 3 combined. We're not separating it. Councillor Bondi.
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. My question, I've been through the heritage thing. So I live in a heritage home, a designated heritage home. And my experience was quite some time ago, was that there was one determining factor in my home that qualified me for the heritage designation, which also qualified me for a tax relief, benefits really. And a really great, I guess, like sort of a university written report on the heritage or the history of my home. This is really a great thing. So my point is that could we not, or could the Heritage Committee, and this is probably directed more at John, could not one element of its qualification as a heritage community, as a heritage designation, be chosen, and we would avoid these complications that I'm seeing of these three different things? This is just my recollection, and maybe things have changed, but as I recall, there was one element of a property that allowed it to receive the designation as heritage. So could we not, well, not we as council, but could the Heritage Committee not find just one designation and avoid the, what seems to be some sort of a debatable thing, one element? And thank you, Mary Kenneth. I guess the question is really directed at John, but.
Mr. Jacques, is that something you can answer, or as far as the question?
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. What I think I can do is maybe try to summarize the report fairly directly for council's benefit in making this decision here, so it can make a good decision. The property was designated in 1983 by the town of Ridgetown. This was in the early days of the Ontario Heritage Act, and in the early 1980s, there was some provincial money for grants for people to put toward heritage properties at that time. So there were a number of properties in Ridgetown designated, this being one of them. Prior to 2005, there was no need to describe the specific elements of a property that were deemed to be significant. It was a blanket designation, which simply referred to the property as a whole. So over time, and over the last, since my involvement in heritage over the last 14 years, what I've observed through the interaction of this property and the Heritage Committee is that each and every time an alteration to the property was made, big or small, there was Heritage Committee involvement, which was good, but it often led to uncertainty and disagreement and conflict between the various interests responsible for managing the property and for advocating for the community interest. And some of these things were quite small in nature, such as the placement of a barn quilt or the construction of a accessible rear entry, for example, and others may have been larger. So a couple of years ago, it was agreed that it would be beneficial to amend the 1983 bylaw to specifically include physical features of the property that should be retained in their original or close to original state. These are listed on page 4 of the report, and they include things such as the building footprint, roof line, window placements, front porch and trim, front porch railing, door casements, clapboard siding, etc. So this was prepared and brought to museum staff and building maintenance staff for their input as they are tasked by council with managing this property. Through their consultation, it was recommended, and this is what forms recommendation number 2, that specifically elements with the 1975 edition, the picket fence, and the well pump not be included in the designation bylaw. This would mean that those are elements that are not necessarily guaranteed to remain over time, but this was something that was desirable by those operating units of administration. The Heritage Committee disagrees with that position and suggests that all of those elements should be protected for the long term as they add value to the property for the community. So I hope that was clear. So the recommendation in the report is to receive the Heritage report prepared by the Heritage Committee, which includes all of the important features in their view. Recommendation number 2 then is suggesting that council should take out 3 of those elements as recommended by administration. And recommendation 3 is that it passes the bylaw. The Heritage Committee would advise council that it should pass only recommendations 1 and 3, which means that council would receive the report with all of the elements and pass the bylaw. What that would mean is that there would be, that would if council only passed 1 and 3, which I believe might be more closer to what Councillor Wright was suggesting in his comments, although I cannot speak for him, that would give staff the direction to maintain the picket fence and to not remove it at its discretion. And it would also mean that it would need to treat the 1975 office edition as it may have been constructed in 1975. And like I said, the well pump, it no longer exists at the property. So appreciate it's a long meeting, but I hope I laid that out somewhat clearly. The whole intent of this report is really to make things easier for the administration of this property and operation of this property over time.
Mayor Ken, if I can.
Sorry, if you can, did you cut out or?
No, I'm sorry. If I could just comment, if I can.
Yes,
please.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. So Ryan, my home is designated many, many years ago, so I'm sure things have changed in those years. At the time of my designation, there was an element of my home that was designated as heritage. And in my case, not that it matters, but it does kind of plays to the narrative. It was the keystoning around the windows, the masonry. So that was it. That's what allowed my heritage designation, and that was great. And thank you very much. And it's been a really cool thing to have that little plaque in front of my house for years. But now what I'm looking at is that the entire building will have the designation, but save for these different exclusions, which is frankly the opposite of what happened to me. I had one thing that was considered heritage. Now it's everything except for. And Ryan, maybe you can help me on that. And is that now the way the designation is? Because that does change everything, of course. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Councillor Bondi, your home, your property and your home were designated, I believe, in 2012,
yes.
which is during a At that time, the original designation bylaw needed to specifically outline the physical features that were deemed to be significant on your property. And take your word for it that that included some of the brickwork and keystones.
Yes.
The vintage of the Ridge House Museum property bylaw in the 1980s was passed at such a time where there did not need to be any specific features of the property identified. So there are currently the bylaw that designates the Ridge House Museum property doesn't really specifically list anything, and it's been interpreted, you know, in consultation with the Heritage Committee, that it defaults that everything is significant at the Ridge House Museum.
Okay,
property.
thank you, Ryan. That clears it up.
Every
Yeah.
single element,
Yeah.
right? So so this bylaw seeks to clarify those specific physical features of the property. And recommendation 2 would say that those specific features does not include the new addition, the fence and gates or pump.
Well, I wouldn't think that the new office addition would be like heritage, you know, or the well pump. So I'm okay with it. Oh, okay. And Ryan, thank you very much, because I did have that question in my home, and I'm sure in many other heritage designated homes and or different structures, there are specific elements as to what defines the heritage designation, and that is the character that can't be changed without council approval. But in this case, it's the entire building itself. So in this recommendation, we're excluding these 3 things that will allow for those 3 things to be changed. Am I
That's correct? Yeah.
Okay. Okay, great. I'm good. Okay, thank you.
All right, we will vote on this, and then I'm be looking for, Councillor Wright, do you have something briefly? We got 3 minutes, and I have to get an extension to move on for the meeting. Councillor Wright, did you have another comment? You're on mute.
Thank you, Mayor Canada. Why don't we do our extension, then come back to it?
All right, I need a motion to continue on. We have 3 minutes left in this meeting. I was looking for an extension to 10:30. Councillor Harrigan and Councillor Latimer, will you put that on the floor, please?
Move till 10:30.
Yes. Councillor Latimer, you're seconding that?
Yeah, so seconded.
All right. Are we going to, Judy, are we going to do an electronic vote or show
No,
of
just
hands?
anyone opposed.
Okay, anyone opposed to extending to 10:30? Hearing none, we're on till 10:30. So Councillor Wright, floor is yours, and then we'll vote.
Thank you, Mayor Canada. Maybe Anthony just kind of advised me to look at changing my vote to, or my motion to number 2. That'll include 1 and 3, and it also includes the fence in the motion. So at this time, if Steve's with me on it, I'd like to change my motion to vote on number 2. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
To confirm, you want to have 1 and 3 combined and then vote on 2 separately?
So vote on, it was the 4 amendments there, vote on number 2, which included 1 and 3 on the front page. And that would include the fence and the pump. Instead of the motion number 1, the number 1 was 1, 2, and 3.
Mayor Can, if it's Ryan, if I could interject.
Yes, please. Need some help with this one. I'm not sure what we're trying to get at here.
Yeah, if council refers to page 5 of the report, I've laid out here options for council in anticipation of this this type of discussion. So Councillor Wright is referenced option 2, which is different than what is recommended in the report. Option 2 is laid out on page 5, suggests, you know, if council can proceed to only adopt recommendations 1 and 3, this will amend the designation bylaw as adopted by the Heritage Committee with no subsequent revision as recommended by administration.
All right, so to clarify, it would be just 1 and 3 we're voting on. We delete 2 and proceed on with that. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, it's Judy. I'm confused because I thought I heard Councillor Wright say it was just number 2 that he wanted to be voted on. So I think we just need to clarify from.
Yeah, is that option 2 though in the report?
Yeah, I have that, and option 2 says to only go with recommendation 1 and 3. So just want to hear his clarification of which number 2 he's referring to, the page 1 or the page 5.
Thank you, Judy. Page 5 in proposal number 2, and Anthony stated at one point that 1 and 3 would also include the picket fence and the pump. Am I correct on that, Anthony?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Anthony Jass is logged off, so this is Ryan Jacques. So I think what I'll suggest, Mayor Caniff, if I may, is if council is considering a new motion to only approve recommendations number 1 and recommendation number 3 on page 1 of the report, I would suggest that council consider or simply amending recommendation number 2 on the front page of the report to remove items 2I and remove item 2II. The result of that is that the new office addition and the picket fence would be included in the designation, but the well pump would not be. I just think that it would be much more clear if the well pump was not included at all, because it doesn't exist any longer.
Councillor Wright, are you okay with that and that amendment?
Yes, I am, Mayor Cano. Thank you.
All right, so we'll delete 2-1 and 2-2 underneath. Councillor Pinsonor, are you okay with that adjustment as well?
Just for clarification, I think they wanted to leave the II in, did he not?
The III was going to be left in.
The well pump?
Yes, it doesn't exist. So
that's going to be removed from this recommendation. Is that correct? So it'll be 1, 2, 3. So it'll be 2I, 2II. Oh no, sorry, yeah.
2I and 2II will be deleted. Yes.
And leave well pump in there.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm good with that.
All right. Councillor Kirkwood-White, do you have any quick comments for this?
Sorry, Your Worship. I was going to try to help clarify, but I think we've got it now. We're as close as we're going to get.
All right. So, Judy, are you able to change that on the screen, or are we just?
Yes, I'm just communicating with Meredith. So our understanding is 1, 2, and 3 will remain on the screen, but we will be deleting 2I and 2II, and it will just read well pump under recommendation 2.
Aye.
Captain.
Mayor Canada, now we're voting on number 2 proposal on page 5, right?
Yes, but added, yes. And
No.
but we're adding number 2 in just to get the well pump out of the equation. That's per recommendation from Ryan Jacques.
Yes. Okay.
All right. So we're just waiting for that on the screen, and then we will be hitting that vote button.
That's good. This has been painful.
Are we going to vote without seeing the recommendation?
Yeah, so if I can just because we will delete 2I and 2II out of the recommendation, and then that's what you're voting on now.
All right, perfect. So let's put her to vote then.
Do I have one more counselor? Okay, all votes are in. Motion passes 17-0.
All
Moving
right,
on to, sorry, number 19F, outdoor patios, which we all might need right now.
Yes. Councillor C. McGregor and Councillor Crew, can I get you put this on the floor, please?
Certainly. Thank you.
I'll second that.
Okay, Councillor McGregor, you had a question.
Yes, and thank you. And thank you to Ryan Jocks. I had a very good conversation over this with him today. So I think I've had my questions answered by Ryan, but I will bring it up anyways. And what I wanted to know was we're extending this temporary use bylaw again to move to January 1st, 2023. And I was actually wondering a little bit more about, as opposed to it being a temporary bylaw, about it becoming a permanent type bylaw, so that those interested businesses that might want to put more of a permanent fixture on, which might not have fit in our bylaws earlier, might be able to consider that moving forward for their businesses. We see a lot of this in other communities, and especially where you're encouraging tourism and such. So, you know, whether it be on some of our wider sidewalks, a small area, but that also gets included with liquor license and stuff if people, you know, want to be out and enjoy that. Or in the scenario where we're seeing places like Boston Pizza right now, or Chuck's Roadhouse in Wallaceburg, that have put fixtures up to be able to have people outdoors at their facilities and to help some of the businesses. So that was just my conversation with Ryan today, and I'll turn it over to Ryan because he had some good comments to me and back to me. So I'll ask if Ryan could maybe follow up on my questions today in our conversation.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor Caniff. So in 2021, Council considered not only temporary amendments to the patio provisions of the zoning bylaw, which would allow restaurants to create temporary outdoor patio spaces on their property during these times of COVID public health measures and various business restrictions. What Council also did in 2021 is actually amend the base zoning bylaw itself. So even in the event that these temporary restrictions end, the permanent zoning bylaw would allow more permissive regulations to allow restaurant owners to occupy portions of their parking areas permanently over the long term. One of the things that was discussed is whether or not those long-term or permanent outdoor patios could be constructed out of more temporary structures such as tents or other matters. And that's something that I think administration would commit to come back to council at some point in the future, probably not earlier than later this year, to clarify in the zoning bylaw that on a more permanent go forward basis, what would the municipality's expectations be on bar restaurant owners in creating patios on their property that may be permanent or even just seasonal. And there'd be certain considerations that administration would need more time to consider, such as Ontario Building Code, like health and safety measures, as well as trying to understand, you know, where the Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario will be, and if COVID will cause any, you know, adjustments at the provincial level for providing liquor licenses to these restaurants, so that restaurateurs can, you know, fully maximize the opportunities that they might get from seasonal or permanent outside patios. So that was some of the commentary that we, Councillor C. McGregor and I discussed earlier today. I hope, Councillor, I captured most of that accurately.
Actually, yes, you did, Ryan, and thank you very much. And the part that I forgot was our discussion about a report later in the fall before this temporary one expires again. And hopefully it's expiring for a good reason because we're through COVID. So yes, and thank you, Ryan. And something that we could maybe work towards as we move through 2020 and into 2023. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll put it to vote.
Just waiting for a couple. Okay, all votes are in. Motion passes 16-0.
Judy, I want a clarification. We legally can't go past 11. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. So just everyone know that well, I think we still have some things that are going to take some time. So just be cognizant of that as we proceed on. We will go to
19G, motion by Councillor Hall, Wheatley Future Strategic Plan Working Group.
Councillor Hall, you had some slight changes to make to your motion.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Caniff. Just after having a discussion with administration, I've altered the last bit. So I'll just read that last bit. So therefore be it resolved that Chatham-Kent Economic Development staff be directed to prepare a report for council, which will outline the steps necessary to support this new Wheatley Future Strategic Planning Group. This report will include recommendations for implementation, funding support, and strategies following the lessons learned in 2007 for the creation of the Wallsford Community Task Force. This motion will be discussed at the next Community Development Advisory Committee meeting, and a report will be provided to council at a March 2022 council meeting.
Mayor Caniff, we'll just get those changes up shortly on the screen. You can continue with your conversation.
Okay, Councillor Harrigan, would you second that, please?
Yes, Mayor Caniff, please too.
Okay, so Councillor Hall, your comments, and then over to Councillor Harrigan.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Camp. Just quickly, a couple of comments, just to update council. Actually, this was at the suggestion of Councillor Harrigan. Our Community Development Advisory Committee will be inviting the members of the Wheatley Future Strategic Working Group to participate in the next Community Development Advisory Committee meeting. So hopefully they can make it, and that's going to be February 8th, so in a few weeks, just to discuss this motion and this idea. And I also had a brief discussion with some of the former members of the Wallsford Community Task Force recently, and they expressed their willingness to sit down and chat with the Wheatley group in the future and share some of their experience from back in 2007 and onward as well. So I'm thankful for that, and I think that would absolutely be worthwhile. So yeah, so looking forward to connecting with the Wheatley group and having more discussions and helping where we can. So thanks for the time, Mayor Caniff, and thanks to council for your consideration on this motion.
Councillor Harrigan.
And just quickly, Mayor, I want to applaud the leadership of the BIA and Wheatley for the initiative to begin the future planning discussions, and also to note for members of the public in Wheatley who maybe are just learning about this group now that there are lots of plans for lots of engagement, lots of room to participate in conversations about what's next. And the group itself is really just in its infancy, and we really do appreciate the leaders who step forward, Hope Eaton and Whitfield, to co-chair that group. Thank you.
With that, we'll put this to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes 17-0.
Okay, we'll move on to notice of motion. We have notice of motion from Councillor Harrigan, and then Councillor Sakachi, then Councillor Latimer. So Councillor Harrigan.
Thank you, Mayor Cannon. Regarding the Wheatley Pool of Reserve 17018, I, Councillor Melissa Harrigan, hereby provide notice that I will bring forward the following motion for discussion and Whereas the former town of Wheatley had a fundraiser in the 1990s and raised funds to build an outdoor pool in Wheatley, and whereas the town did not build a pool and the funds were brought into the municipality of Chatham-Kent in 1998 and placed in a dedicated Wheatley Pool Reserve, number 17018, and whereas prior Chatham-Kent councils have decided not to build a pool and have subsequently provided funds from the reserve to support various recreational projects in Wheatley since 1998, and whereas the current balance remaining in the reserve is $24,542.54, and whereas the Wheatley Recreation Community has formed and now has opened a community bank account and are requesting to manage the remaining funds moving forward with no future oversight from the municipality of Chatham-Kent, therefore be it resolved that Chatham-Kent disperse the remaining Wheatley Pool Reserve funds totaling $24,542.54 to the Wheatley Recreation Committee to fund future recreation projects in Wheatley at the committee's discretion.
Councillor Sakachi.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I, Councillor Anthony Sakachi, here provide notice. I'll be bringing the following motion for voting discussion on the next council meeting. Whereas the COVID pandemic continues to cause widespread challenges and closures, and whereas Chatham-Kent has had significant increase in the utilization of parks, trails, and other outdoor activities, and whereas there's no assurance that indoor rec facilities won't experience closures next year, and whereas recreational activities and sports are extremely important to our community and our youth, and whereas many municipalities have a temporary outdoor ice surface that can be easily assembled in their winter months in a cost-effective manner, be it resolved that administration develop a report identifying possible locations and funding sources for a temporary outdoor skating area on municipal property that can be assembled in the winter months. Included in this report, potential partners and corporate sponsorships that may be interested in seasonal naming rights or assistance in funding with name and recognition. Due to the challenges and workload of the infrastructure team, may this report come back to council for discussion in June of 2022, so it could be easily assembled in a central location in next winter. Thank you.
Councillor Latimer.
Thank you. I, Councillor Mary Claire Latimer, hereby bring forward the following motion. Given the current operating environment and the different ways municipal services have been provided over the past 2-year pandemic time, I'm asking that administration bring back a report on January 26, 2022, with all related potential savings, cost reductions, and improved efficiencies that may be achieved by continuing current COVID adaptive business practices on a permanent basis. And I'm asking, obviously, for time, this is time sensitive, I'm asking that we waive the waiting period. And if I can get a secondary, I'd like to have another couple of comments as well.
Councillor Finn, are you supporting the waiving the requirement? Okay.
I am.
All right, Councillor Latimer.
Just to be clear, Mr.
Thank
Mayor,
you.
this would just be on the notice right now, just to make
Correct.
sure that we get the notice before we vote, talk about the motion.
Yes,
Thank you.
so you're going to refer to the timeliness of this and then, okay. Councillor Latimer, go ahead.
That's it. Yeah, I just feel that the information, it needs to be provided at the January 26th meeting versus asking for it at that time.
All right, with that, we'll put this to vote.
All votes are in. Motion fails 10-7. We did not achieve the 2/3 vote.
No.
Okay, then that will be voted on the next meeting.
Just for clarification, the date will be passed.
Yeah, the date will be passed.
Yes.
So
maybe, yes, administration can have, if we're going to do that, they can be thinking about it anyway. And so with that, we'll go on to closed session reports. Councillor Kirkwood-White, and then can I get Councillor Wright when after it's read to second it, please?
Thank you, Your Worship. On December the 13th, 2021, Council directed administration on security of the property of the municipality and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege with regard to cyber insurance, Section 239(2)A and F of the Municipal Act 2001. And on January 17th, Council directed administration on proposed disposition of land by the municipality with regard to offer to purchase part of property identification number 009390027 New Scotland Line, Community of Blenheim, Section 239(2)C of the Municipal Act 2001.
I'll second that, Mayor Canada.
Okay. Seeing no questions, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes 16-0.
Okay, approval of communication items. Councillor Kirkwood-White, you had one you wanted to pull, and then Councillor Harrigan, can I get you to second that for all of them? And then Councillor Kirkwood-White can ask her question.
Want me to go first?
Yes, if you could just move the approval of communication items.
Oh, so moved.
Councillor Harrigan, will you second that?
Yes, Mayor Canada. So
Okay, and then Councillor Kirkwood, you had a question about 2M.
Yes, 2M. Buried in the information package is a letter from Steve Clark, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. And he references in his letter recent changes that the provincial government has made to help streamline and simplify Ontario's planning system with respect particularly to Bill 13 and to Bill 276. And I wondered whether Bruce McAllister could provide us with some very brief information on perhaps sharing some more information about the changes, not specifically tonight, but at some future date. So.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, we'd be more than happy to bring back a more detailed information report on the changes because there's a number of changes that have been included. I would suggest most of the changes, though, are technical and more administrative than real policy changes. There are some good changes that will, impact efficiency on severances, provide more time for people to fulfill conditions and other technical pieces in here. But it's a lot to try and answer on the fly tonight. I think it'd be better served for an information report for everybody. The reality is there's not a lot of things that council needs to do different here, or administrations. There's some tweaks to the legislation that will just fall into place for a number of different planning decisions and items. So.
Appreciate your comments, Bruce. Thanks very much.
With that, we'll move to non-agenda business. I'll pass it over to Don Shropshire. We wanted to get some questions answered regarding Wheatley. So Don, over to you.
Thank you, Worship. Councillors Harrigan and O'Shea raised a number of questions for us over the last couple of days. We're happy to answer those. We'll move these through fairly quickly. I'd ask that Thomas Kelly starts off with an update on what's happening on the technical engineering side on the site in Wheatley. Thomas, can you walk us through, please?
Thank you, Don. I've prepared a short presentation to help us through this. I'll share my screen now. Can you see the screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So I was asked to provide a brief update, and I'll go as quickly as I can. I just wanted to start, first of all, we last met with the public on November 3rd, and during that time, I provided what we had done on a technical side. So first of all, we shut off all the water mains, valves at the curb. There therefore was no pressure in the homes, and that's important because what you'll see is we haven't been able to schedule all the winterization, but because we took this act back on prior to November, that's going to minimize any potential damage. As well, we had our CK Building Services. We're conducting structural evaluations of the property. I mentioned the number of technical challenges we had, that we had a gas leak that was intermittent. It was occurring anywhere between 38 to 47 days. And this presentation was on November 3rd. On November 21st, we had another gas leak as well. So it's a very highly technical and challenging problem we're trying to solve. And having said that though, that we wanted to schedule home appointments, business appointments, but we wanted to do so only when it was safe, as safety was our number one priority. And we tried to limit those visits to just 1 hour. We looked at the community access needs. First of all, was the winterization, home and business access, and there was some talk of maintenance. What we ended up doing, based on a suggestion where possible, the refrigerators and freezers were just removed. And then I described the 4-step process. So first of all was we had our CK caseworkers gather information on the residents and businesses through a series of questions. And next we went to those folks and we said, please sign a permission authority, which would give us temporary access to your home so that we could do an initial evaluation. At the same time, we asked for keys as well so that we could do that. The initial CK property entry, we had an air quality expert, police officer, and our building expert to make sure everything was safe. And if it was deemed safe, including mold, we then went to the next step and looked at, okay, what can we do to schedule? And a case manager followed up with all of the different residents. And if the property was green, meaning there were no issues, we went ahead and we started to schedule appointments. And we could only schedule these appointments when there was no construction on site or no high risk activities. Now, at this slide here, so everything I've described, we exactly followed that process. We started to schedule, you recall during this public meeting, we had a suggestion by one of the insurance agents that rather than using CK contractors, that they would like to use their own contractors, and we were receptive to that. And the scheduling was done on a first come basis, that if you had your paperwork in, if you had your keys in, and we went forward and did the evaluation, those were the folks who had the first home visits. And it was actually this insurance agent that did the first home visit. He had everything in place. That was one of the concerns, that it seemed that we were showing preferential treatment, but actually we weren't. He was just very quick on the draw. We did incur some challenges through this though, is that initially we had planned to use our own contractors who would have already been pre-screened, already trained. And we had some residents who initially wanted to use our services, but when they showed up, they came with their insurance companies who had their own set of contractors, and we couldn't allow them on site because they had to go through the training as well. We also had the case that we did have a number of the visits were delayed because we had the gas leak, and we found that the timing of the winterization took much longer. So those specialized skills like the hazmat team and our entire group, they had to remain on site as long as somebody was there, because to simply ensure that the safety of everyone concerned was in place. So we then started to tweak the process a bit, and we looked at ways. We went back out. Actually, we wanted to increase our throughput. So we started to look at, let's try to schedule homes that are first of all in close proximity to each other. And we also asked all the residents, we want to limit it to an hour. Some were taking longer an hour. Sometimes there were 2 hours, sometimes 3 hours. So we started to ask residents to say, are there some who were only needed 15 minutes access? We knew we were up against the gun here because it was a case where we were running out of time continually. We had very little time to get all these folks through because of all the activity that was on site and because of some of the gas leak that was occurring and the risks associated with that. So with those tweaks, we were able to schedule 8 visits per day, and that's been our best. And we continue to try to work through that. Just on this past weekend, we were able to schedule 10 additional home visits.
Sorry,
so
Thomas, I need to interrupt you here. We need
Yep.
to get another extension for our council
Sure.
meeting. Can I get a motion to extend till 10:45? Councillor Harrigan, can I get a seconder? Councillor
second
Latimer. Okay, Councillor
Sure.
Oche. Anyone opposed to extending to 10:45? Hearing none, we'll keep on going. So,
Okay. So so that's where it takes us to November 3rd with some tweaks. And wherever we can, as a rule, and we can schedule more people to come on site, we do so. But here's the data where we stand right now. So of that evaluation, we had 105 green zone properties. We've scheduled 69 access visits so far. 7 folks have declined, or they said it's not required. We have 29 outstanding visits to schedule, and 21 of these have their waivers completed, and we'll schedule them when they're safe. And eight of those owners have not consented to the pre-inspection requirements. In the red zone, we have 5 properties, and that's going to be a little more specialized. We may have to have some hazmat team with them. We may have to do that ourselves. And as far as the winterization, you see it's 32 properties, so it's about half of the access visits, and that was a change we made simply because we placed the priority of people getting into their homes, grabbing their valuables. It was also Christmas time. We were very sensitive to that. So they could grab the things that were really important to them. And even still, we have 21 residents that are approved that still have not got into their home. We've had requests from many that want to go into their homes a second time or their businesses. And really at this time, our priority still is let's get everybody through at least once. So we talked about the apex zones. That's the area of potential environmental concern. And you'll see releases about APEC 1, which is this area, and APEC 2. So some of that heavy duty work we did down here, you see, this is the former 15 Erie Street North restaurant. This is the old pizza place, MJ's Pizza. Both of those buildings have now been demolished, and we had to do that for safety reasons and to gain access to the site. The next step that we made on site was that we started to excavate the properties. We had done a lot of ground penetration radar that you see the different points of things that we found during that analysis. And we still had to confirm it by essentially removing all of the earth's surface and digging down and confirming, is there a well there or not? And where you see here at number 5 and also number 3 here is 2 that have been confirmed now. So number 3, V3 is on the municipal parking lot. It is confirmed as a gas well. It's believed to be a well that's about 1,000 feet deep below. And on this particular one is work that we're still confirming whether it's a gas or a water well. We know that it's 100 feet deep and it's then capped off. We don't know if that's the end of the water well or if it's simply a gas well that's capped. But this is what the next piece of work that we did. And this is the really important safety work that we did. So I hope you can see this well, but this is the well that's located behind 15 Erie Street North. And what we've done now is we've run a series of essentially pipes over here to this device, which is called a test separator. And what it does is that it's set up now so that any gas or water that comes from this next pressure relief, we're able to capture, test it, and then we release it and separate out the water to this frac tank over here. And the gas follows along this series of pipe up to a temporary flare stack where we're able to burn it off. So we've done that now with one of the wells. That's the one, again, closest to 15 Erie Street North. We still want to do that on the one that's located behind here in the parking lot. That work is taking place this week, but because of this, if you look at our situation compared to October of last year, this is a much safer situation. So we feel good about that. And in the event of another gas release, which we expect, it hasn't happened yet. I mentioned before, every gas release took place between 38 to 47 days. We're at day 57 now. And you may ask, well, why is that? Why did it change? So we had 4 prior releases in that range, and 5 in that range. And the 6th one did not occur. We're at day 57. There's lots of reasons for that. One is we're dealing with Mother Nature, and it doesn't always cooperate exactly. Mother Nature does not. We also have had a big change in temperature. That also plays an effect. And also, we've significantly changed this whole topography. We've removed a concrete slab here. We've done a lot to the zone that could also change the frequency of those events. So here's my final slide, and this is the next steps. And effectively, the project goals are the team. This is the technical team, which is led by the province. They've hired a consultant who's leading the effort, and we're very much in a support role along with our friends from Fire and Emergency Services and Police. They're determining the following. First of all, is determine what is the ultimate source of the gas at APEC 1 and 2, and also from 15 Erie Street North. That is still unknown. If you look at what's underneath Chatham-Kent, you'll see many, many gas deposits ranging at 1,000 feet, 5,000 feet, and sometimes 15,000 feet. And it's really difficult, again, a very difficult technical engineering problem. We're also going to try to determine if there's a pathway that exists between APEC 1 and APEC 2. So for example, when we saw those releases in the floor drain, was it from the well at APEC 1? Was it from APEC 2? Or was it a combination of the two? Or was it actually from some other source, which is this one? Are there any other emission points that exist in the area? So the permanent solution that we want to do is stop the gas from venting. That would be ideal at all emission points. And we're also trying to determine at what stage will the site be secure and safe enough to allow the reduction of the evacuation zone, and at what stage will we feel comfortable that the site will be secure and safe so that we can return residents to their homes and businesses back to their businesses. So based on all the findings to date, the provincial-led consulting company called Golder, they are providing a detailed go-forward work plan. It's currently in process. They're reviewing it with all the technical experts, including the one from, they've hired, the province is hired from Alberta. And we hope to be presenting that in 2 weeks and have a receipt of that. In the meantime, the on-site technical actions we're taking is that we're going to complete, as I mentioned, that APEC 2 connection. That's the one on the municipal parking lot to the separator system. That should be done this week. We're also going to camera the well at APEC 1 to confirm if it's gas or water, what I mentioned previously. We're also going to be sampling nearby gas wells in the area and compare these findings with the data that we've seen coming out at APEC 1 and APEC 2. This action is going to confirm the geological formation of the gas at 15 Erie Street North. So the experts, again, are trying to determine, at what depth, there are many, many formations, and I won't get into all the details. That will be presented by the technical team in a couple of weeks, but there's reasons they want to do this, and then they can determine what is the geological formation where this gas is coming from. And then lastly, we are looking at the groundwater monitoring program that we're trying to confirm if the groundwater is the pathway to the gas. So part of the theory is, if, for example, that APEC 1 is a water well, is the gas pressurizing the water and then driving it up through, for example, the floor drain that we saw? We're going to do this by drilling 3 wells. 2 are going to be on site. One's going to be actually at a public works site as well. And these 2 wells in close proximity will also be used to assist in the pathway analysis. I mentioned earlier, is APEC 1 somehow underground, maybe 1,000 feet below, maybe more, connected? Is APEC 1 connected to APEC 2? And once we get this consultant work plan, it would be our intention to hold a public meeting so we can review some of this detail I presented, but also here's the path going forward. So that's it for me. Thanks very much.
John, you're on mute.
Thank you, Councillor Harrigan. We also had some questions on financial information. I'd ask April to provide an update, please, on the financing that's been provided to the residents that have been evacuated, and then we'll move to Bruce for the businesses.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I will provide a brief summary of what has been provided in financial resources to our residents. I would like to start by saying, in follow-up to Thomas's comments, that we continue to have 68, so 68 households are still evacuated in Wheatley. And so right from the initial phase, when the explosion happened and the evacuation followed, Employment and Social Services immediately began issuing funds through our emergency assistance program to impacted Wheatley residents for housing, food, clothing, medicine, and other basic items. These emergency funds were really intended to support residents until the provincial assistance program was approved. And as of December 31st, we had issued just under $184,000 to Wheatley residents, evacuated Wheatley residents for emergency assistance. The Wheatley Residents Assistance Program, or RAP, was approved at Cabinet on November 30th. And so we began immediately working with evacuated households to begin applying for these funds. There are two main parts. Part A is a lump sum payment to help with emergency expenses. Part B is assistance for additional housing costs. What's really important in all of this is that applications for this process close January 31st. Households must apply prior to January 31st in order to access any funds. Next slide, Judy or Meredith, who's ever going. So the part A of this, the lump sum funding, every household is entitled and eligible to $3,000 plus $1,500 for each member. These funds can be used any way the family would like to use them. They don't have to provide receipts. They don't have to tell us what they're doing with the money. This is literally a lump sum fund in order for the family to look at purchasing things like food, clothing, household items, extra gas if they have to drive further. So as a quick example, a family of 6 would be eligible to receive $12,000 in a lump sum payment. The next slide, please. The Wheatley Residence Assistance Program Part B is to assist families with ongoing housing costs. And this one's a bit trickier. It's a bit more cumbersome, a bit more difficult to apply for. Families are required to have information regarding insurance policies. They have to have applied for insurance. If they have insurance, they have to have lease agreements, prior mortgage payments, prior rental costs. So case managers have been working with families to really try and navigate through this piece. Permanent housing costs are available for families who are not returning to their former location. They can receive up to $8,000 plus $4,000 for some one-time costs. And then the temporary housing stream is for individuals, households who will be returning to their former residence, and they may receive up to $4,000 per month while evacuated. The trick in all this is it is for additional rental costs. So there are deductions that happen for past payments, things like insurance, things like emergency assistance that folks have already received that have gone to some accommodation costs. So next slide, please, Judy. When we look at the Wheatley resident expenses, so as of December, remember I already said we've issued just under $184,000 in emergency assistance. We have also, as a municipality, up until December 31st, issued another, right there, 213,000 plus to assist Wheatley residents with temporary accommodations, and an additional just over 11,000 in food, transportation, other living expenses for families that are still in accommodations through the municipality. The province.
April, can I interrupt you? We do have to do one more extension.
Sure.
Councillor Harrigan and Councillor Oche, can I get you to extend 11, please?
Yes, so moved, Mayor Canna.
So seconded.
Anyone opposed? Motion carried. Go ahead, April.
No, that's okay. Thank you. So as of January 7th, the RAP program, so these are provincial funds, and it's divided up there on the screen. I'm not going to read each one of them, but the province has paid out just under or just shy of $400,000 to Wheatley evacuated residents. So last slide, my last slide, Judy. So to this date, December 31st for municipal funds, January 7th for provincial funds, just under $800,000 has gone out to Wheatley families that have been evacuated. I also would like to let council know that we have 11 families who have not applied for any funding. And we really encourage them to apply. If nothing other than the lump sum funding that really has no strings attached. As well, the municipality continues to provide funding and financial assistance for accommodations for 11 households. We are working very closely with the province to move these to the provincial accommodation program, and hopefully that will happen over the next month or so. And then I just wanted to state that none of the financial figures that I've provided include the great work that the Wheatley Active Citizens fundraising group has done. And they too have assisted families with lots and lots of needs. So that is my piece, and I will turn it back over to Dawn. Thank you.
Thank you, April. Bruce, could you please provide a brief update on the support that we provided for the business owners?
Yes, thank you, Don. So just quickly, I just have one quick slide here. The back on November 1st, obviously of last year, we provided a phase 1 funding application request form asking all eligible businesses to acknowledge revenue loss for the month of September. So once these applications were received and approved, we provided a disbursement agreement for each individual business, and the funds in the amounts which were attested to by each business were then immediately dispersed. So the maximum amount that was available in phase 1 was $20,000 to each individual business. Out of the 40 eligible businesses and not-for-profits located within the evacuation zone, 35 applications were received, and a total of $450,000, roughly just a little above that, was given out to those businesses. During the phase 1 development, we also heard that some businesses had incurred extraordinary expenses not related specifically to revenue loss, and we opened up an opportunity to apply for up to $5,000, which was also made available. In total, we had 17 businesses that applied for these costs, which totaled an additional $74,500 roughly. Therefore, we have approximately $1,475,000 available from the original $2 million that the province has provided for Wheatley businesses located within the evacuation zone. So a few months ago, when we were working with the province, the initial intent for the phase 2 funding at the time was to provide funds to businesses when the evacuation order was going to be removed to help with startup costs that might not be covered by insurance companies. After many discussions with businesses, it's certainly become very apparent that they require additional funds now. So with this information, Economic Development did send a proposal to the province on December 17th to consider changing the way we disperse the remaining grant funds. Simply put, we've requested that rather than holding back the funds until the emergency order is lifted, we take the amount which each business received in phase 1 and multiply it by 3. This would cover revenue losses for the months of October, November, and December. If approved, this would provide additional $1,351,000 to business owners immediately. And it leaves about $123,000 remaining in the account. This remaining money is intended to be made available for building owners that lease property within the evacuation zone. But we're still working on exactly how this would be divided. But we believe it's important to also include these landlords as well, because they're obviously losing revenue as well during this experience. Therefore, this new proposal still requires some legal work to be completed, as the municipality did enter into an agreement with the province to accept and distribute the $2 million, which needs to be amended. If the province agrees to the proposal, the $2 million which they provided will then be exhausted. At this point, what we can share is that we've had many discussions with the province, and they've been supportive of the concept. Late last week, the proposal was presented to the Premier's office for consideration, and we certainly remain hopeful that we will receive direction very soon. If approved, we will quickly provide a disbursement agreement, and each business would again attest to revenue losses for the months of October, November, and December, and we'll start the internal paperwork necessary to distribute the funds as soon as possible. Definitely getting the financial support to the businesses that they require to help sustain themselves during the evacuation order remains our top priority. Just letting council community know that Stuart McFadden, our Director of Economic Development, communicated this same message essentially via email to all of our businesses early this afternoon. So with that, Your Worship, that's all I have for now.
Thanks, Bruce. Gord, you had one question regarding taxes. If you could provide that information, please.
Thank you, Don. Gord Quinton, Chief Financial Officer. So I was asked about if residents have credits on their accounts. As you know, council did for inside the evacuation zone apply a credit to the 2021 tax accounts for 5 months worth of taxes. We will be, of course, be coming back to council as the evacuation zones ends with recommendations similar to that for 2022. But if residents have credits on their taxes, they have two choices. One is just to leave it there and it will offset future taxes as they are levied. Or if residents wish to, they could contact our accounts receivable department at ckar@chathamkent.ca, or by calling 311 and asking to be transferred to the tax department, and to put in writing their request to have their credit refunded to them. The default will be that it will be just credited against future taxes, as we don't necessarily know who paid the bills or to be able to track that. So we need the residents' official request to do any refunds. Thank you.
Thanks. So, Your Worship, we continue to focus on three big priorities. One is the safety piece. Thomas has described that in detail. We're trying to get people back to their homes, both on a limited access basis, those that have not been accessed, and more importantly, getting people back into their properties on a more permanent basis. So we're trying to do that engineering work as quickly as we can. In the meantime, we're going to try and provide that limited access whenever it's safe to do so. Thomas mentioned a number of times that training was required. Anybody that goes on that site, there's dangerous gases that are still a concern. Everybody has to have special training to work in a hydrogen sulfide environment. There's a lot of training involved. It's complex and it's not totally safe. So we're trying to make sure that gets taken care of. In the meantime, as we've talked about tonight, we're trying to make sure that there's money in people's pockets. It's been a huge hardship for people, and we're trying through our own resources and also the support of the provincial government, and again, the volunteers and Wheatley that have raised money to provide funding for people so that they can get by and get them back into their properties as soon as possible. With that, Your Worship, we're happy to entertain any other questions that we haven't answered so far.
Councillor Harrigan, followed by Councillor Sakachi.
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. Thank you, Don and team, for that update. I do have just two follow-up questions. The first one is regarding some of the provincial funding. I understand that some of the provincial funding has been verbally committed to, but not kind of fully signed and passed over to us in terms of the dollars being in our bank accounts. Once that does take place, can we be provided with an interim report, for the 2021 fiscal year in terms of the cost for the Wheatley explosion across all of the different revenues and what was left over that Chatham-Kent is going to have to cover at a future council meeting?
100%.
Okay, thanks. And then the second is about communication. Certainly Councillor Oche and others have brought this to the table. I am wondering, just following the last couple of weeks, I think residents have been feeling really anxious and eager to receive more communication. Can Chatham-Kent commit to providing a minimum of 2 weekly updates through the current listserv and the weekly updates that are provided? I think some of this information is good to provide in updates, but also general project updates are certainly something that's appreciated by the community members. And it seems like with every passing day that goes by that they don't get an update, there's increased anxiety across the community.
Yes, we can. In fact, we had that that same discussion last week. We went back to the province. As Thomas mentioned, the provincial government is leading a lot of the work on the site. And we have the commitment of the Assistant Deputy Minister, Jennifer Barton, that they will work with us to ensure that there's a minimum of 2 updates per week. The intent is that that work plan that Thomas had referred to in his presentation, we'd use that as a baseline and we'd provide updates, status reports, a minimum of 2 times per week. If there's more work happening on the site and it's warranted, we're happy to provide more updates than that, but a minimum of 2 times per week.
Great, thank you. And also thank you to all the members of staff who have been answering the questions that I've been receiving ad hoc, and to Wheatley community members. If you have more questions, please feel free to pass them on and we will try to get the answers to you.
We'd also ask that people have, if they haven't already done so, is to please sign up for the email distribution. We will provide more information to the residents as it becomes available than would be considered perhaps media newsworthy. So please don't just rely on the media. Please sign up. You can either call our 311 number or you can sign up on our website. There's a subscription list and you will get the most up-to-date information. We'll share as much as we can with you. And it's also posted on our website. Thank you.
Councillor Scotchy, we have 1 minute, and then I have to do the passing of the bylaws.
No questions related to this, Mayor Caniff.
All right, thank you. Okay, so we'll move on.
Mayor Caniff, we might have.
I hear you.
Oh, sorry. We'll move on now to reading of the bylaws, first and second reading. Councillor Crew and Councillor Pinsino, can I get you to move them, please?
So move.
I'll second it.
Anyone opposed? Motion carried. Councillor Foss and Councillor Thompson, can I get you to move the third and final reading, please?
So moved, Your Worship.
And so seconded. Happy to.
Anyone opposed? Motion carried. Over to you, Councillor Kirkwood White, to close out the meeting, and I will have Councillor Hall wrap it up with the second.
Thank you, Your Worship. Resolution of council in closed session and adjournment. Yes. The Chatham-Kent Council adjourned to its next meeting to be held on Monday, February 7, 2022, and that Chatham-Kent Council authorized itself to meet in closed session on that day to discuss any matters permitted by the Municipal Act.
And so second.
Anyone opposed to closing the meeting at 10:58 p.m.? Hearing none, motion's passed and we're adjourned. Thank you very much, everybody.